Alrighty. Let us begin us. It begins. McCabe, hello. Nightcow, how is it going? Been up from 7 playing loud music to annoy next door for shouting till 5 this morning. Got him. Oh. Oh. Right. What are we doing today? What the flip are we doing today? Kikesa, hello. Been doing Ray for the last 2 hours. Sort of general question, give you your tutorials in your devlogs. Does it worry you at all that there may be a large amount of games that look like Prismatica in the future? It doesn't worry me. You know, if indie games look better because of me, then that's fantastic. But I'm not really... I mean, I'm literally open sourcing my game this year. So, like, I'm not really I'm not like a, you know, keep all my secrets to myself kind of person. I'm not like... I'm not a competitive person. I profiteer off the generosity of people that have learned from my videos. Not from selling a game. At least not yet. Alright, so why would some people be... So I've had 2 people in the Discord at the moment, and their deform component isn't drawing. They can draw to water, but they can't draw to not water. And I need to figure out why this is happening. Why is it that the water works? Like, their characters are drawing the capsules, which is good. But they're just not doing the thing. And I had one of them... I had one of them ensure that the RVT was definitely working, the high RVT, So what else could be stopping it? It might be time to ask them to open up the... Actually, is there a... Do I set a variable in the manager for the RVT? No, I don't. Probably should. If they want to use their own RVT for some reason. Although, yeah. Those visibility cycles can be... Oh, they are private. Oh, right. It's only when it's a derived thing that it... Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Don't need Steam open. Been playing Kenshi again today. What's a plan of attack today? I'm gonna doodle in Prismatica for like half an hour just to help some people out that were having some troubles with it. And then we'll start Prismaticing. You know what I mean. Shreyas, hello, hello. It's good to see you also. Are there secrets in CG? Oh, computer graphics. It seems like everyone publishes how they do the thing. Yeah, I mean... I guess so, yeah. Like, I think everyone does publish what they do. Although maybe with, like, underlying tech more so than surface level tech, like forward-facing, like player-facing stuff. But I mean, like sharing your methods and, you know, secrets is good publicity. Like you're essentially trading information for goodwill. And that's information that it's just sitting there, you know, in the information vault. So like, why not just share it with everyone? And like I've gotten a lot of good, like valuable feedback from people that have, you know, used my system or used my, you know, shader methods or my method of optimizing stuff and, you know, taken them a bit further and then reported back to me being like, oh yeah, like I ran into this issue down the line, but this is how I fixed it. And then I'm just like, okay, that's good. You know, now now I know. Made some base messages last night, going through what I've seen you do. Hell yeah, nice stuff. Thank you for all your hard work. No worries. Thank you for watching, Omega. Thank you for watching. Thanks for the support. Simon, how many copies do you have to sell for you to consider the game an economic success? Wait, how many years? Average 4 hours a day, I'd say, including breaks. 4,000 times minimum wage divided by price. At the moment, 3,800 to break even, with a rough estimate. Now, if we can, oh, you can't go back on this calculator. If we take this oh no, I fucked it up. Hold on. If we say that I end up putting in 20,000 hours of my own time into the game, then it will have cost $500,000. Now keep in mind, the game is like 1% completed. We're about to break it all down and build it back up again. Well, yeah, now. After I do this stuff. So what's that? Like $500,000 divided by... Da-da-da-da-da. So, even then, 17,000 well, 20,000 copies if you include 30% fees and shit. But yeah. I mean, that's all offset by, like, my Patreon and the YouTube channel. I mean, like I make a steady enough income passively. Like, while I'm working on the game. Through making tutorials, doing Patreon donations, Twitch streaming, selling the plugin. The plugin that I was going to make anyway to put in the game that people want. I do like the idea of writing some of the game systems as plugins and then selling, like, modules of the game to other people. Although, if I'm going to open source the game anyway, then it's like... they're going to be able to see and use all of that anyway, but I'm not going to give them special support, you know? Been working in game tool dev for a while. First time bothering to use Unreal for my own game. I thought it has been a great help and inspiration. Also can't beat the RS soundtracks, so that helps. Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear it. Hope your endeavors are going swimmingly. 20-minute adventure. Only people with a really high IQ would understand that. Like and share. You lot, let's grow this community and game. Thank you, Nightcow. Thank you. That's a good recommendation. Like and subscribe. There aren't really secrets, but stuff can be a pain to find. That's very true. That's very true. Okay, I'm looking at the screen right now, getting an error initiating component to follow while integrating Prismatica into ESRGB. Do you have the latest version of the plugin? I did release an update 0.01, which it basically, oh well, there you go, a init component to follow, which will get player pawn is valid, get the root component of the player pawn. That's the component to follow. But if there isn't a component to follow set while it is doing the... Here we go. Component to follow. Set follow location this frame. Component to follow, if that is null, it will just set the location to 0, like to world origin, until this is valid. So... You can set the component to follow any time after begin play. And then it will just pick up from there, if that makes sense. So you shouldn't be getting any errors. You could be getting a bug, but not an error or warning, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Azaha, hello, hello. I'm doing good. Or you get hired by Epic and can't share your secrets anymore. I miss Deep Space Banana. That would suck. I'd hate to get hired by Epic. Epic have never done shit for me, other than make Unreal Engine, but I've never received any direct support from Epic. which I kind of prefer. I don't want to be, like, tied to an entity and have to say good things about them just because, you know. Taxes. Oh, yeah, true. Well, no, yeah. 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 Have to add the hours you put into consecration, no, only 4 hours. I mean, that's true, but it's I look at all of my time doing stuff as an investment, you know? I'm investing time. Like, I might do 8 hours of work and not get paid for it. Like, I might put 8 hours of work into a video and then make, like, $100 or $200 from, like, a big video. Actually, even that kind of pays for itself. Okay, let's say I put 8 hours of work into, like, a Nothing Burger video. Like, just one of the short little, what's it called? Like 5-minute materials videos, right? That aren't always going to get 1 billion views. Like, you know, debuffer, 6,000 views. WPO stickers, 6,000 views. Decal, 6,000 views. Blah, blah, blah. Most things sit around, like, 6,000 to 7,000 after a week. So there's not that much money in the ad side of it. But, you know, it like, for every video I release, there's, like, it adds to the backlog of videos and, like, the sort of documentation library that I'm building up. So it just keeps scaling linearly over time. So eventually I'll be making, like, $1 million. Theoretically. Well, 4 hours a day, 20,000 hours is 14 years. I mean, yeah, the game might take 14 years, you know? So we work 12 hours a day, 2 days a week, so it'll take 14 years. Yeah. Anyway. Does the plugin use gameplay tags? It doesn't need to. So no, it doesn't. I think it's ESRPG character issue. Just found amusing OpenString. You're looking at the same thing, right? Yeah, I'm trying to. Here we go. Oh, good info. Yeah, show me the stuff. Landscape material. Is the landscape material outputting? Hold on, did I answer that? Here's the material. No, that's the water one. World height. Cool. Is the landscape material outputting to the Hmm. So in this one it was working, yes. Although maybe he's... Hold on. And... I forget... as before, but all the meshes, landscape, and water, etc. assigned to the RVTs. Let me get a demonstration. Because I know that Drew... Well, no, because Drew's issue is different. Drew's is that a character is drawing to the thing, but not the other things. The character's definitely interacting with the ground. They're just not... It's just that the wind and stuff isn't drawing. Which I think in his case it might be the... Anyway. Also, Mike, if you are still stuck on it, or like if it's stopping progress or anything, just let me know, and I can try and debug on stream. It's a lot easier when I'm live, because then I can show people, like, you know, here's the thing and whatnot. Don't want to be tied down to no entity, man. Yeah, the man. White Splinter, hello. Because you and some other creators have finally put my Mecha Anime Roguelite Steam page up. Hell frickin' yeah. Congrats. Thank you very much for the inspiration to do GameDev, showing me you can do it solo. Cheers. That's lit. That's lit AF. If you want to post a link in the chat so that everyone can wishlist it, then go ahead. Linux. Any tutorials coming for endless terrain generation? So I've used PCG a little bit when it first came out. But I kind of want to wait. I'll probably wait until the next Unreal version. Till I start making tutorials about PCG, because I feel like it's always changing and they're always adding or like moving features around and stuff. So I just want to wait until it's like mature. I like my features mature, you know? Hot granny features in your area want to be used. Excuse me. So UE6 comes out, no one wants to watch videos using UE5. UE6 is like 10 years away. There's some really amazing terrain generators on the store now. Well, there is the that voxel landscape plugin. I think it can do infinite voxel landscape generation. And then you could use PCG on top of that and do the trees and the other stuff. Is Unreal performant enough to attempt Vampire Survivor clone in 3D? Great question. Yes. I know that Sov was working on a Game Jam game that was basically that. It was kind of an excuse for him to use the new mass AI and like math, whatever it's called, systems. Basically like data-oriented ECG, whatever, blah, blah, blah. So, yes, you could do it. Although you'd need to have a bit of experience, I think, to do something on that scale. Legend, Voronoi is all you need. Make it different, add noise, use a stamp or sculpt as you go, use smart material and right rock. Grass. Yeah, yeah, like a lot of what's it called? Like terrain generation is literally just noise maps and whatnot. Question host, I was looking for your name. It's Charles. Charles. You can call me Charles. Or Charles. While you lie, let me ask then, you got Divodigos render on glass yet somehow? I don't... yeah. It should technically be able to draw on translucent materials, as long as those translucent materials are drawing to the depth buffer, which they can do. So they could do it. Using VP, is that the voxel plugin? Is that what it's called? Voxel plugin? PCG works with Prismatica? Hell yeah! That's one of the things that I like about this method of doing interaction. Is that there's actually no logic connection between the foliage and the system. So, like, these don't have to be special foliage thingos where, you know, you hit them and you collide with them and they keep track of their own velocities and rotations and whatever. It's all just from a texture. Same with, like, all this stuff. It's stateless. So there's no actual link other than referencing the texture, but that's done at the shader level. So it's very nice. Very nice. It's ungovernable. Hell yeah. For Charlie or Charles or Prizzy, I don't mind being called Priz or Prismatica. That's what most people call me on Twitch. Hello, Prismatica. Prismatica man. Yo, who up kicking they balls? Alright, I need to So I'm going to be right back. And then we're going to get stuck into debugging and whatnot. BRB. I'm back. Also, what do you guys think about no beard? Have you gotten used to it again? Feels good. Feels good to be beardless. Looks sexy AF. Thank you. Thank you. Unleashed Brad, hello. Thanks for the guides on YouTube. They've been really helpful as someone trying to learn. No worries. Thanks for watching. Wouldn't say used to it. Fair, fair. Wish beards would go away and shaving would get trendy again. Yeah. Yeah. I vibe with that. What drinks did I take? Oh, God. Looking clean? Yeah, I feel clean. I feel less greasy. Kind of timeless. Sometimes you have beard, sometimes you don't. So I didn't register it. That's fair. That's fair. Do you know if there's any way to smoothen the transition of materials from Blender to UE5? As of right now, all data regarding normal, specular, etc. don't transfer to UE5, and it sucks having to repeat it. My advice would be to... So like, in Blender, like, for example, to make a Blender material, you know, you get the normal map and you put it into the normal thing and you do that. And then I'm guessing you are just either using a specular texture or just setting the specularity to be, you know, 0.7 for this one, and roughness is 0 and that kind of thing. And then when you export it to Unreal, some of these like just the static values get lost. My advice, at least the way I do it, is do the bare minimum in Blender. So like, you know, do the textures, unwrap the UVs so the textures fit the, you know, the thing that you're making or whatnot. And then actually like set it up in Unreal properly. Or like, you know, set up a master material that you can just make a material instance for, chuck the textures in, set the values, and da-de-da. There might be like plugins that can sort of replicate the Blender material graph into Unreal, better. But yeah, custom shaders don't export, only the printable node plugs are saved to FBX materials. Yeah. So like if you've got a texture, because there's been cases where I've imported a material and it's had the textures in it automatically, and that kind of stuff. But yeah, you might need like something that can, like, while you're in Blender, or like an export option plugin or something that can generate a U material on export from Blender, and, you know, chuck it in your Unreal file. Like some sort of converter. But yeah, my general advice is to do everything in Unreal if you can. Like, yeah, do the bare minimum in Blender, and then make it look good, or make it look how it should in Unreal. Alright, so that's one down. We just need Drew's problem solved, and then we're good. He's got all this stuff. He's got all the da-da-da-da-da. When he uses my character, it... Actually, let me... is he online? No. I wonder what it could be. I know someone had this issue another time. Like, during testing, where, like, the water worked, but everything else didn't work. And I'm trying to think... what the fuck it could be. I wonder if the interaction bubble works. Because if that doesn't work, then it would be the landscape height RVT doing something wrong. So, I don't know. I'll have to wait for Drew to reply on that one, but... Anyway, so it looks like I don't have to do any Prismatica debugging. GLTF works best from Blender Unreal, try not using FBX. Oh, true, true. Yeah, I guess different formats can pack in different data. Yeah. Meow Meow, are you into Age of Empires 4? I watch a lot of AoE 4. I haven't played it, but I'm very much an RTS enjoyer. I watch about an hour's worth of StarCraft 2 videos every day. That's like my go-to background stuff if there's no streams on that I usually watch. I just put on like Loco or Winter commentating StarCraft 2 pro games. All right, Prismatica. Created the official AoE China strategy Discord, back in the AoE 4 release days. You mean the spam Fire Lancers days? Was it? No, is Fire Lancers Chinese? When Fire Lancers were like dummy busted. I mean, they were only busted in what's it called? Like lower level, like, you know, below Grandmaster or Conqueror, whatever it's called. Like Grubby Taolo, Matisse, and others, SC2. Nice, nice. Hell yeah. Fire Lancers got nerfed? Yeah, they got hit hard. It's got my Zerg mentality. Yeah, I was a Zerg player in StarCraft. I mean, I wasn't that good. I was like Platinum or Diamond at my peak. But that was when I was like in fucking high school. 8% Unreal games have size problem that affects animations that are attached all the way down to textures. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you just mean that Unreal projects are big? Watch a lot of AoE 2 programs. Yeah, I watch a lot of AoE 2 as well. I've been watching T90's Smallest Map Ever series, where he gets 2 pro gamers to play on like maps that are like, I think like a quarter or eighth of the actual tiniest maps. So they're like fucking, yeah, it's funny as. Although it's always just like tower battles, which is kind of not as exciting. I think they should ban towers in tiny maps, or tiniest. Question. How do you implement the logic of interaction between character and the environment? What is example? Is your interaction to build to character class, or do you have the interaction methods themselves at a specific location or a specific level? Good questions. I do explain it in one of my videos. But the gist of it is you can put it on anything. So it's just a component that basically the component describes where these shapes get drawn. So you can see with these balls, there's actually a shape at the bottom of them that's always drawing to the stuff. And then, you know, these shapes are wind shapes, and these are more deformed shapes and that kind of thing. The interactions are... Let me go back. Render targets. The interactions are all render targets using Niagara Grid. Niagara Grid 2D. So, all of the shade, like all of the interactions are just done in a material. So this bush is sampling this texture. And, you know, at its location, it's saying you should bend over in this, you know, this direction. And that's how that all works. Same with, like, the water is very much the same. So if there's, like, water over here, does the water stuff. Blah-de-blah-de-blah. And it moves around with the player. So it can... If your level is infinitely big, then the interaction follows you around. It will fade off the edge, but usually it's, you know, far enough away that you're not going to notice. So, you know, even if I'm all the way over here, we can still have a high resolution, high quality interaction. I mean, that would be one of these, or this. Yeah, these. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. So it's all stateless and logicless. There's no logic for the interactions. There's just the shapes get drawn to a render target, and then the materials read from the render target. And that's how all of this works. So there's no actual gameplay logic going on. And particles can also read from the render targets. So like these ones here. Shweew. Watch Rust gameplay vids. I've seen a few funny Rust videos, like people like solo infiltrating huge clans' bases and stuff. Hey, pro scene's extremely good. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's the same with like StarCraft 1, Brood War, Command and Conquer. I'm trying to think of other big, like, classic RTS games. I guess Warcraft 3 is technically a classic RTS now. Red Alert, true. Red Alert on Nintendo 64. Actually, was it Red Alert on 64? No, it was just Command & Conquer 1. Yeah, I remember playing that on Nintendo. It was fucking wacky as. Alright, let's kill. They all die. Tempest Rising, which you're working on. Ooh. Hello. Yeah, there's been a big resurgence of RTS. Like in the past few years. Like, yeah, Tempest Rising, Zero Space. Zero Space, I was watching a fair bit of when it had, like, a test and whatnot. Stormgate looks like it plays really well, but I mean, obviously it's still, like, another 2 years from releasing. But the visuals are not my cup of tea. Or, like the thing about Stormgate, right? All of the units and all of the buildings look great. But the terrain just looks like it's made of, like, paper or, like, cardboard or something. So hopefully that's just placeholder for the time being. Like, I understand, like, visual clarity and blah, blah, blah. But, like, StarCraft 2 is very visually clear. But, like, the maps and the terrain have, like, you know, detail and stuff. You know, like, it's got, like, grass and shit. And, like, textures and normal maps and that kind of thing. So, I don't know. I mean, like, a lot of people have said, oh, I don't like the look of it. You know, I probably won't play it because I don't like the look of it. You know, it looks like a mobile game, blah, blah, blah. I think that, yeah, like, Stormgate visuals on the units and the buildings are, like, kind of a bit more of a stylized StarCraft 2 look. But the terrain just looks like not good. Yeah. I mean, like I'll always give them the benefit of the doubt, you know. Yeah. Takes 10 years for it to get good. That's true. Well, I don't know. The Zero Space has, like, a few StarCraft 2 pros working as the balanced, like, Scarlet was doing balanced direction for Zero Space, which I think is Pog. So, like, you can kind of balance it before, but obviously the meta changes, and, you know, that's where patches come in, and you know, you do tweaks and whatnot. But, like, the overall balance, like you know, let's say you made a mechanic where, like, every, like, there was a 10% chance to resurrect every enemy that you killed as someone, you know, on your team or something. If that's, like, a core mechanic, there's not really much you can... I mean, you could balance, like, the rate, like, you know, let's take it down to 5% or something, I guess. But, like, I don't know. Especially with asymmetric RTS, which is what I prefer. Which is why I like Age of Empires 4 as opposed to Age of Empires 2. Because AoE 2 is very... There's, like, one civilization. But then there's, like, little tweaks to it, you know. Whereas AoE 4, it's like all of the civilizations have completely different mechanics. Like, you know, Mongols can relocate their buildings. At least they could on launch. I don't know if they can anymore. But Mongols can't build walls. And, you know, Rus get a bounty from killing animals. So that's, like, their play style is, like, you know, you start with Scout, you go and, you know, try and hunt the other player's deer and, like, grief them and also get gold and bounty and whatever from that. And then, like, one of them's very, like, relic focused, where, like, yeah, like, your priority is to go and capture sacred sites. And it's almost like, okay, well, I'm playing against this civilization, I kind of know what they're gonna do, and it creates, like, little sub-objectives rather than just, like, you know, kill the other opponent. It's like, okay, I know that they get a big bonus from holding sacred sites and by, you know, gathering relics and stuff, so I'm gonna go and, you know, prevent them from doing that. like in anticipation. So I think that sort of asymmetry, it's the same with like StarCraft 2, with like Zerg, their sort of side mission is to spread creep across the entire map because your units get a speed bonus when they're on creep, and your queens go at full speed on creep, and queens are like OP. But they move like, queens move giga slow when they're off creep, so you can't just send a bunch to the enemy base in, you know, as a rush or whatever. So I don't know. I like asymmetric design, which I think most RTS are doing, where it's like three factions that are completely different play styles. But yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Another one was Immortal Gates of Pyre, which looked good. That had a test like a year ago and was looking pretty good. Beyond All Reason, I have seen some gameplay of Beyond All Reason, but I haven't played it. I haven't played an RTS in like 10 years. Unless you count Kenshi as an RTS when you have like 50 squad members. Alright, I'll be back. I can just hear a cat at the moment, so... Alright. Beard is shaven. Yes! I'm all shaved up. Question, I played Minecraft again this year and has a terrible gameplay loop, or am I just old and boring now? I agree. I guess just because Minecraft was the first game that kind of did that. Where it's like, you know, yeah, okay, infinite world, survival elements, you know, unlimited building capabilities, mining into voxel terrain, blah, blah, blah. So I think, like, back in the day, it was really fresh. And it kind of gave you that, like, that anxiety of, like, the unknown. And it's like, you know, like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this night. I need to, like, build a base, and I need to, you know, like, oh, it's getting dark. I need to go back to my base, otherwise I'm gonna die. Or that kind of anxiety of, like, oh, I've got, like, all of my equipment on me, and I'm down in the mine, and, like, I can see diamonds, but there's, like, lava right there, but there's, like, enemies, and I don't want to get pushed in and whatnot. So it had that sort of excitement of, like, challenge and, yeah, the pressure that it had, exactly. Whereas I think now that we all know how it works and what to do, like you know, like everyone in this chat knows all of the crafting recipes in Minecraft, right? Like, you know how to make a sword, you know where to find iron, you know, like, you know everything. So there's kind of no, there's no more exploration to be had. And that was like the whole, that's why the game was successful, because it had a sense of exploration and whatnot. But mechanically, it's like super simple and like, you know, borderline boring. Like, there's like, how many things are there to do? What's the objective of Minecraft? It's, well, I guess it's do whatever, but doing whatever isn't fun when you already know everything that can be done. So yeah. You have a much more complete survival. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like more games that cater to specific Minecraft systems, you know, like you've got Valheim, which is like, you know, it makes base building easier, and like it gives base building a purpose, because enemies will raid your base, and so like actually building defenses and upgrading defenses actually matters. Whereas in Minecraft, you could literally build a 2x1 hole in the side of a mountain, and you're safe, you know? Like, they can't break through the rocks and stuff and get you. Also, it looks like my internet is getting fucked. So I'm gonna lower my bitrate. But yeah, so yeah, like Valheim, better combat than Minecraft. Exploration / quests and bosses and stuff, which is more than Minecraft. And then just like other like hardcore survival games, like DayZ, for example, is like Minecraft, but not Minecraft. I don't know. Just use the outernet instead. See, I wish I could use the outernet. Seven Days to Die. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's heaps of survival games, heaps of survival base building games, like The Forest. The Forest came out. Can't remember how long after Minecraft, but The Forest kind of, you know, same principle, you know, survive. Building a base actually matters because things can destroy the base and that kind of stuff. So, I don't know, Minecraft sort of didn't... Minecraft went in the wrong direction after it got sold to Microsoft. Like, it could have gone in a... more challenging direction. Minecraft's a great platform for a proper game. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, for like, it's a great platform for mods. And, you know, yeah, if you install a lot of, you know, survival mods and, you know, extra content mods and like RPG mods where you like level up and get skills and abilities and that kind of stuff, then like, you know, Minecraft gets good. But otherwise... someone asked if I saw Enshrouded. I have seen a couple of people play it. think I watched Mika play it for like an hour, and Ace Roller played it earlier today. I didn't really have any context going into it. I don't really know what it is. I think it's just like same old. Game of survival, crafting, action RPG, combat, so there's a sprawling voxel-based continent. As you journey across mountains and deserts open world, you're free to choose your path and shape your destiny. There you go. So it's basically just Valheim, but it looked like it was made in Unreal Engine. Oh no, Holistic Engine. There you go. That's kind of vibe. Well, good on him. Good on him. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it looked fine. It looked like a game. I probably wouldn't play it because it... I don't know. I've never been a fan of crafting survival games where it's like, you know, cut down the tree, make an axe. Cut down a different tree, make a better axe to cut down the next tree to get the better axe. To make the pickaxe, to get the ore. To make a new pickaxe to mine the better ore to get the new pickaxe. Like, do you know what I mean? Like you play it for like half an hour. Same with Valheim. Valheim was the exact same when I played it. Fuck, I want this fucking thing to just stay up. Stay up. Oh, I have to double hand it. Call them builder box games. Yeah, basically. Yeah, like after playing Valheim for like an hour, I felt like I'd seen the entire game. And the only thing that I gained from playing it for another 10 hours was just to see the different environments and stuff. Like, just to see what the you know, the other biomes looked like. But that's about it. It's a good progression design, though. Well, I feel like it's a good supplementary design. I feel like that kind of progression is good when it is, like... when that is side content. Or, like, you know, where it is not the main gameplay loop. So, like, you know, if the main gameplay loop is... a good combat system. Like, an in-depth combat system. I don't know, leveling up skills and abilities and blah, blah, blah. And then you use that kind of grind and repeat thing as like a... you know... Not optional, but isn't the game, you know? Like in Minecraft, that's kind of the game for the first hour. Is like, break down a tree, rush to find stone, break down, or rush to find iron. And then once you've got iron tools and a full set of iron armor, then you're basically invincible and the game's over, you know? As a character creator, I would play it for 2.5 hours, 2 hours in creator, half an hour in gameplay. True. Very true. Alright, let's start by... what did you accomplish today so far on the stuffs? Nothing. Literally nothing. I have done nothing so far. I've just been chatting to chat. I just want to get rid of these decals. Cool. Alright, so I just want to go through and clean up the Prismatica session. Just delete a bunch of shit. AI, that's old AI stuff. Could I put that in the dump folder? Because that is... Yeah, that's the old... That's behavior tree stuff. We're gonna make a Z old folder. And we are going to... Well, first let's fix up redirectors. Good. We're gonna put AI in the Z old folder. We're gonna move it there. Very good. Art. What was this fella again? Oh, that was the one that followed the mouse. Does it no longer exist? Oh, no, there it is. Hello, fella. You know what? I'll keep you. You're a funny fella. Didn't that have a... Yeah, it does have a light source. It's funny. Alright. Yeah, you can stay. Archive static meshes. What was in here? Village docs. Nothing. Well, that can get Jotun. I said you can get Jotun. Fucking piece of shit. Art. Fix up redirectors. Oh, is it because that hasn't been deleted? Well, that has to be deleted. Fuck off folder. Fix up. Delete. Well, fuck you. So to feel with character creators that I could have been working on an asset for my game instead. That's true, that's true. Have you dabbled with geometry script? I haven't. I might when I do... What are they? Are they the old... I don't think I use this anymore. So that's referencing that and that. And there's just some animations that are referencing that, so that can just get yeeted. What about this skeleton, actually? Oh, there'd be a bunch of animations, but I think they all got moved. Let me just... Replace skeleton. Prismatica. Humanoid-based skeleton. And these ones. And these ones. I'm pretty sure these are the old versions that I don't use anymore, but I'll just do this anyway, so that when I delete the thing... Also, that means that these should... Yeah, nice. That looks great. Are those twist bones that are getting fucked up? I'm like 90% sure I've got a different thingo for them, but... Exhale leaning, slope leaning. Exhale leaning, no inter... No, maybe this is it. Animations humanoid. Additives. Locomotion. Yeah, maybe I am still using that. Does my character work? Yeah, I can see the shoulders getting fucked up. Why would that be? What are you going... what are you looking for in biomes towards the game? Are you going for multiple spread out or a mash up in places? They'll be spread out with like sub biomes. So like, if you go in one direction, it'll get colder. And if you go in the other direction, it'll get warmer. So then you'll have things like deserts, jungles, you know, arid places. And then in the other way, you'd have, like, you know, snowy mountains, you'd have, like, tundras, that kind of stuff. So why do these... What bones are they? Show me your bones. I'm like pretty sure that's a twist issue. Or is it a clavicle? No, it's definitely a twist. Wait, where the fuck is the upper arm twist? Right. That should be down here. So why the upper arm twist get fuggled? Well, let's go to here, go to the skeleton. Base skeleton. That's fine. What's the... where is it again? Window... Asset details, compatible skeletons. The V6 skeleton. And the V6 skeleton is the exact fucking same, but why is it getting... Like, they're literally the same, it's just that this one has more bones, and some other shit moved around. So why would we be losing these twist bones when it gets converted? You know? Well, that one's fine. Lean pose 0. Additive crouch, also fine. Just these ones. Animation is being edited to apply compressed data, recalculate, bake additives, click apply. Why the fuck? Yeah. Base pose, this one. Local space additive. Is there no additive? Well, no, because this is the pose. Well, you know what? Let's just leave it for now. And instead, we will just put it back to the V6 skeleton. YOLO. Now it's all better. Because we can just use the V6 animations on the new one. Ah! That scared the shit out of me. Okay, so they need to be mesh space additives. Or at least this one does. Not local. Wait, are they mesh or are they local? No, they are local. Did I not? Fuck's sake. Classic. Hulk smash. Alright, you know what? Hold on. I've got an idea. Git. Stash. Nice. Alright, we're fine. We start again. Yeah, it's like a Titan transformation. Right, maybe we leave animations as is. I think that's a great idea. Prismatica, maps, combat AI test level, blah blah blah. This will have all the decals there. Why does this fucking... I need to get like a pair of pliers and like tighten this fucking mic stand. Wait, I still have the Z old folder. Did that not stash? No, it's fine. And they are the correct. Okay. Right. Well, everything's fine. Wait, what's in here then? Huh? Huh. We've got duplicates. Let's delete this one. And then this one still exists. Right? I mean, all of this is going to get deleted anyway, because I'm redoing the AI completely different. Yeah. Let's just... Okay, you know what? Let's not delete stuff right now. Fuck, there's just so much stuff to... where do I start? Where do I start? I know I had a to-do list. Somewhere on my desktop. Da-da-da. Shut the fuck up, NVIDIA. Studio driver my ass. No, I had other things that needed to be refactored. Don't start with bashing your head against the table. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I like that one. I kind of want to delete the entire game and start it from scratch, you know? Or just move things over bit by bit. But then I may as well just... You know what I mean? 36 watching and only 2 likes. Come on, boys. We better than that? Oh, 36 on YouTube. True, true. Funny story. If everyone on YouTube was watching on Twitch, then I would be a Twitch partner by now. You know, just saying. I'm against starting from scratch. Well, I don't need to start from scratch, but I do need to build like like I did as I keep painting on the same canvas till it's done. Not with this kind of project. I don't think that's the right way to go. I feel like I've done all of the, you know, like I've done some test paintings, and there's bits that I like, and there's bits that, you know, that I don't like, and I know what works, and I know what doesn't work. And now it's time to start the painting for real, and I'm surrounded by all of the reference material that I've accumulated. Do you know what I mean? It's not about to start over, but... Well, like, I don't mean, like, start over. I just mean, like... So, like, all this time I've been working on, like, the basics, right? Or, like, the foundation. But then I realized that there is a foundation below that foundation that needs to be laid. Everything doesn't work, the most needs to rebuild. Well, it's not so much that it doesn't work. It works in isolated context. Like everything works, right? Let me just randomize a character that isn't so fucking short. Decent size. So, you know, like, you know, you can... I mean, it's debug stuff, but you can pick up weapon, you can attack. The combat system works relatively well. The animations are all great. You can dodge, you can block, you can do all of the stuff. The damage system is mostly fine. Equipment system is mostly fine. Inventory system is mostly fine. What was my debug inventory button? B. I don't have icons at the moment, but... you know. Like everything works. Ish. What was that for? That was arm stuff. Ignore those wacky animations and shit, but... You know, like overall... Like, yeah, it works in isolation. But in the broader context of things, with the ambitions that I have for the game, everything needs to kind of be abstracted. I mean, the main thing is I just need to abstract everything back into objects rather than components and actors, because everything needs to be virtualizable. So, like, actions... Like for example, the action of attacking, right? You have all the mechanics and none of the game. Well, kind of, but I'm doing that times 2. Like, I'm going... Here's like the... Hold on. Let me draw this. Right, so here's the game cake, right? You've got the mechanics. Mechanics. And then you've got content. And then you've got fluff. Right, so this is like games. This is like how games are made. You do the mechanics, then you make the content around the mechanics, and then you add fluff to the content. or flavor, or you put the cherry on top. What I'm doing is doing this. And this is... what do I call it? Anti-game. / simulation. So this is what we're about to do. Is basically create we're doing all of the non-game related stuff that makes the game. If that makes sense. So okay, here's the this is the what. Content is what. Mechanics is how. So how do you do the what? But what we're doing here is the why. I know that's very meta, but... So... So the idea is to program a game that makes itself. Does that kind of make sense? Or to essentially build a world simulation that can create content and basically bridge the gap between different mechanics and also add fluff by itself. So you're exploring in the woods, you come across a hunter who is injured, and he says, I got into a fight with a bear, and the bear stole my backpack, and, you know, I'll give you a, what's it called? I'll give you a reward if you can get my backpack back. And so that whole encounter wouldn't be scripted. It would be the fact that all of the NPCs exist simulating in the background, like asynchronously. And that NPC was, you know, hunting rabbits. Then a bear decided to attack them. It stole their backpack because their backpack was full of meat. And they could smell it. So... that's why this has to happen. So like you know, the player-facing mechanics are kind of, I mean, they're not done. They still need a lot of work and probably a lot of refactoring, but they all need to function in the context of the game layer. There's like a game version and the sim version. So like as an example, this attack, right? This attack action is a component on a character, right? So like all of the logic for, okay, yeah, like the action starts, you can't do anything during the action. Ignore that roll, I haven't changed the speed of it yet. You know, the start and stop of it, activating the damage traces, choosing the animation to play is done on a component, which exists on the sword, which the character accesses and blah, blah, blah. But because our world simulation... Actually, I can go to the... What was the thing called? Pris large sim fizz thing. So the idea is to unload characters that are out of scope, and then Well, no. So every character and entity is a U object, which can then be represented by an actor when it's in scope. And basically every other character that's off screen, or far enough off screen, will be simulating in the background. They'll be moving around. They'll be doing their, you know, buying food, working their job, getting paid, buying, I don't know, new clothes, that kind of shit. But they need to be able to commit actions while they're off screen, while they're not actors, while they don't exist. So actions need a virtual method. Well, not virtual method. They need a virtualized version and then an actual version. So for an attack, that would be the real version is play the animation, do the weapon traces, blah, blah, blah. But the virtualized version is choose a random body part of the target. That's where you're going to hit, or try to hit. Roll, you know, random damage from blah, blah, blah. You like pulling stats from the actual weapon object that they own or that they're using and do it that way. So yeah. I'll be right back. I gotta get something to eat real quick. The Genesis is always saying here you go word optimization framework Pro Max with multiplayer. It's quite expensive. I'll have a look at it. It probably doesn't do exactly what I need it to, but I mean, I'd probably spend more time learning how to use it than making my own, as is the case with most framework plugins. What was it? Oh, what was it called? Let me see. Global World Optimization Framework Pro Max. You know it's good when it's Pro and when it's Max. Right, let's have a gaze. It's not that expensive. That's pretty decent. It's on sale. Here we go. Dynamically scalable, easable, pluggable optimization algorithm for your project with divide and conquer principle. Yeah. System can handle thousands of actors. I need hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Also, they're not going to be actors. You can create a whole world where each actor will always remember its parameters, character health level, character hunger level, plant growth level, etc. Yeah. Or, see, we don't want them to just remember. We want them to actually simulate async. Imagine you have a window to your house, you opened it, took a bite of an apple, ran hundreds of kilometers across the world, in which there are still a million actors, and when you return, the window will also be open, but the apple has already spoiled. All this will be maximum FPS. You still control the number of actors near your character. Is multiplayer support. Blah, 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 blah. One the best optimization algorithm technology that divides the entire game into world into sectors. Each sector separately stores information about all the actors. I've already got a system that does that, actually. The spatial grid. Does it work with any number of actors, any size of the world? Simply put, you have hundreds of thousands of actors in the world. For example, NPCs, weapons, blah, 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 blah. Da, da, da. Yeah. I put it in 20 minutes ago, it's already rotted. So, by the sound of it, it sounds like it's doing a catch-up. Like, you know, you leave for an hour, you come back, and then the apple catches up that hour. Whereas I need that apple to exist on the windowsill at all times because a bird might come along and steal the apple, and then someone says to us, oh, I saw the bird steal your apple from the windowsill, and it went that way, and we go out and we find the bird and we get sweet revenge, and then we eat it. At stage, not limited anyway by the GUI system. Number 1 stage, actor is outside the camera's visibility area. Characters delivered by event tick. Animation simplified. Shadows mesh disabled. Comes on the client side, so in reality on the server. Cool. Number 2 stage, the actor is far away, his information is saved and he's unloaded. If necessary, a replacement with a static mesh occurs. Near the actor is waiting for the player to approach him. They'll be loaded into the system again with a variable save. Yeah, so this is like a memory. Memory system rather than like offline simulation stuff. I mean, like, obviously it's still very powerful. Yeah, you got a common system. Each actor is processed separately in active sectors. You can specify the distance to the actor. Sizes of the sectors can be adjusted. Does not require creating markup at your level. Yeah. Talking about that loading system, you enter the visibility zone of objects. There are a lot of them. They will not spawn all in one frame, but you can adjust this for... Okay, that's nice. Very cool. I mean, luckily we're doing a top-down game, so it's a lot easier. Using system for replacing actors with instant static mesh to maximize immersion in your project. Yeah, so that would be like if you spawn 100 cheese wheels and then go far away, they just get replaced with a static mesh rather than being an actor that is actively acting. So yeah, it's like, it's similar, but not exactly what I need. I mean, I could probably learn a lot from it. But yeah, I think like essentially everything I have to do in Prismatica is custom. As much as mate, I'm just gonna do it. Well, it's not that I just want to do it myself. It's just that like it kind of needs to be. So yeah, like for example, this was a test we did a month ago, where did I have it set up? Yeah. So like we implemented A-star pathfinding to be able to path across the entire world. So like this is the size of a tree. So a person would be like, you know, this big, but things can path over the entire world. If they need to, obviously. And this is for like all the offline characters. So like, this is our screen right here. So, you know, we're doing our thing, we're moving around, being cool and whatever. But then off screen, there's, you know, 100,000 NPCs doing their own thing in the background. Without the need for a nav mesh. Because they don't actually exist in the world. They're all... They get simplified into objects. We objectify them. So that they take up, like, the tiniest memory footprint. But yeah. So because it's like trading, set up a test to make it work globally off screen and on whenever. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, I think it should be good. It should be interesting. I mean, the main thing is that it'll be fun, and I'll learn a lot doing it. That's the main thing. What's an object versus an actor or component? So, an object is the parent class of how do I spell? It's the parent class of, like, everything. Like, everything in the engine is an object. Maybe not everything, but most things are objects. So, actor comes from object. And then you've got, you know, pawn. And then you've got character, which comes from pawn. Components are objects that attach themselves to actors or register themselves to actors automatically. Or anything, you know, that derives from actor. So essentially I'm going to be... It's almost like making my own component systems, but for objects. I mean, it literally is that. But I don't know, like, is there... I guess scalability-wise, it does make sense to use objects more. C++ needs to do this? No, I'm doing it all in Blueprint. Which some people might think I'm crazy for, but it's all worked so far. Alright, let's... Where do I even want to start? Actually, Valor. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I want to start with characters. Like the actual character themselves. I also want to, like with this refactor, I want to do saving and loading as early as possible. Because, yeah, I've never done saving and loading before. Ruslan, hello, hello. Hello from Australia. Sounds like a lot of work. Good luck. Thank you, thank you. It shouldn't be too bad. I've essentially already made, like, a component system before with my attribute system. So, like, like, all of these attributes are just registered to an object that is registered to the character actor, which I'd have to move that to the, what's it called? But, yeah. So, like, all the attributes are, like, well, I call them properties. I don't know why I keep calling them attributes. That's what Unreal calls their gameplay attributes shit. But, yeah, my properties are... How do I put it? So rather than weight being a property that is set and modified by, like, external stuff, weight figures itself out. So the weight, or character weight property, will pull from the character data object, which has the base weight based on the height and the strength and the whatever. Then it also pulls or finds their equipment object and, you know, sums all of their equipment weight, and that's how we get weight. And, you know, each of those items has its own weight that it can determine itself. So if you've got, like, a wool cloak, but it's drenched in water, then it gets heavier. So then when this, you know, dirties and updates itself, it will have that updated value. And that means that the character, you know, if the character... Do I have a seesaw set up? God, this character's fucking huge, though. I used to have, like, a little seesaw to, like, show that, you know, characters actually getting heavier physically, like interacting with physics and whatnot. I mean, you can see, actually, if I jump, we jump that high, because they're so fucking thick. But if I put on the debug, I think the breastplate weighs 100 kilos or something. There's one. Weighs like 50 kilos. So now I'll jump way less high. And I'll also damage my feet every time I jump. Although if I jump on these sharp rocks, then yeah, so that's what happens if you have... That's what happens if you weigh, like, nearly 200 kilos and jump off a ledge onto sharp rocks. Your legs go to negative 70 HP. And you're dead. Because your pain level has exceeded your pain threshold, which lowers your consciousness, which, if it drops below your consciousness threshold, then you pass out. So there's, like, heaps of different ways that you can pass out. You can pass out from pain, you can pass out from intoxication, you can pass out from tiredness, you can pass out from, I don't know, fucking sleep gas. Although I guess sleep gas would affect tiredness, which would then in turn affect consciousness and that kind of shit. So, you know, that's how the attribute system is set up. And that's all just with linked objects that essentially, like, subscribe to one another through the property manager and shit. I don't think these characters ever... Oh, well, their head's broken as well, because they hit their head. So, yeah, YOLO. Well, we're dead. Screen fades to black. 5 seconds later, it fades back in, and you've woken up somewhere. You've been rescued by, I don't know, some dudes, or you've woken up in an animal's lair. They dragged you back to their lair to feed to the children wolves. Or you've been enslaved and sold. At least that's how death will work, in theory. What if you die in that lair? Well, then you'll be discovered by hunters that went and cleared out that lair. Or something. I don't know. YOLO. Do you stream your levels volumes? Not right now. I haven't gotten to the... I've been doing this since day one. Just mechanics. But then there's actually no game content at the moment. I've just been doing systems. And now we're straying even further from content by doing the world simulation that sits underneath the mechanics. Which I guess, in a way, the simulation is content. Well, no, it's not really. It enables more content. So I haven't actually used level streaming and whatnot. I'll probably use... I don't know. I'll figure it out, basically. Pretend coding, how do you do it? Stream and work on this as often as you do. For me, it's not even about finding the time. Once my free time does come, I'm usually too drained by everything else. That's a good question. I mean, a lot of people face that same thing. I face that same thing sometimes. Where, you know, I just don't have the energy and I just don't wanna. So I just play video games instead. There isn't really an answer. I think everyone has to find their own answer to it. You know? Maybe coffee is the answer? Take a 15 to 20-minute nap or lie down when you get home and give you a boost. Well, I don't know. I feel like napping can kind of do the opposite, though. Like, you lay down for a nap, and then when you wake up, you've lost the motivation to work. Like, sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm so excited to do this thing, you know, on stream tonight, and, you know, oh, but, like, I haven't slept since, like, last night, so I'll just take, like, a, you know, half-an-hour nap. And then when I actually lay down to have a nap and get up 30 minutes later, it's like I've lost the momentum. So I guess it can go, like, both ways, you know? It can go many a way. Alright, let's do something destructive. Let me just look through the action system real quick. Core. Also, I want to restructure the folders and stuff a lot. Like, characters, character components, action components. Kind of a bit not necessary. It should really just be core, action, Prismatica, the Pris, action, I'll just call it PAS, Prismatica, action, system. Oh, I guess it's action object, Actio object. Payos. Payos. You have to match skating cycles or you make yourself more tired. Yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah, sometimes naps can just make you more tired. If you don't enter, like, a full sleep cycle. Alright, let's go here. Content browser. Content. Prismatica. Core. Characters, character components. So all of this is not... Just trying to see if any of these are actions. I know that the ragdoll one is technically an action. Which makes sense, because it's something that the character does, even if it's involuntary. Attack traces doesn't, appearance doesn't, audio doesn't, body section doesn't. So yeah, I think everything... So I can just get this. And just move it here. How's your sleep schedule? I don't have one. I just sleep when I get tired, so I kind of fluctuate between... Like if this is a day, my sleep, like, kind of looks like this. Well, no, actually, we'll go the other way, because I get more time. Does that make sense? So over time, I actually get more days to do stuff. 25 hours, yeah, basically, like a 30-hour sleep cycle. May have delayed sleep phase syndrome. Fun fact, comorbid with ADHD. Well, there you go. That's probably it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just that I... Well, I don't know. I feel like, I feel like all through high school, like, I always struggled to get up in the morning. Like, no matter what. Like... You know, I'd be like... I'd literally fall asleep on the bus on the way to school. If I even made it to the bus in time. Now, it could just be that, you know, I naturally don't wake up until 10 or 11 in the morning. But... I think if I had a regular job... Then I'd be fine. As long as it started in the afternoon. Then, like, yeah, I'd have a good sleep schedule. Because I'd need to. But, like, at the moment, I don't need to. You know? I can, like, take 5 days off and then just, like, grind out videos on the weekend and be set for another week, you know? Also, I want to be doing 2 videos a week. Because I'm going to do some less high-effort videos on YouTube. Just like talking head, kind of. Almost like FAQ videos. Like, I've filmed like 3 or 4 of them. That are all centered around like common things that people ask when I stream. Like, you know, why are you doing this? Why are you making this system? Players aren't gonna even see it, you know? So I make a, 20-minute video just rambling on about how, just because the player doesn't understand how the world is generated in Minecraft doesn't mean that they don't appreciate, you know, the fact that it exists. So, like, you know, not everything has to be exposed to the player in order for them to... Or not everything has to be intricately understood by the player in order for it to have a positive gameplay experience. By making the system players aren't even going to see it? Exactly, exactly. Yeah, we get that one at least once a stream. We also get the genealogy in Prismatica. At least once a stream. Probably that's my job to start in the afternoon, but then... Then I'll be giving my most energized creative hours to work instead of my hobby projects. That's true, that's true. So sacrifice a bit of sluggishness at work so that you can have more energy for creative stuff. I mean, that makes sense. Even editing some of your streaming content would make good videos. I talk before explaining the diagram on the screen right now. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I could do pirate software. I could do shorts, YouTube shorts. Pirate software technique. Yeah, exactly. How would I put this vertically? Wait, let me just make a... It's vertical enough. So I'd probably do like... Probably do face blown up like this. And then content. That's the thing about ultra wide. If it wasn't ultra wide, I could almost get like that. Who blowing up they face? Hell yeah. And then title goes up here. Hell yeah, I'm a fucking zoomer. Zoomer genius. I think in Twitch clips you can make vertical selection and choose sections either. Ah, true. Just turn it 90 degrees. That's funny. Recreating is part of systemic design, which leads to emergent gameplay. So while it's not directly content, it allows for a type of content generation through play. Yeah, exactly. That's like the stuff that I'm interested in. Like designing a game that designs itself. Gotta open a cattery. That's not a bad idea. Get that shorts money? I don't know. Do you have a name for this? Isn't it? Prism works well. Follows a triangle. Oh, you mean this? Like, yeah, this gameplay structure. I mean, this part here is called PLSS. Prismatica Large Scale Simulation. It was originally called the Prismatica Immersive Simulation System, but the acronym didn't market very well. I don't hate shorts, I just don't watch them. But I think that, like, short format content overall is literally rotting the brains of the children. Even if it's, like, educational shorts content, it's like you just can't fit in enough context or background into something like that. So it encourages, like, sensationalism. It's like those videos, like, you know, I made Grand Theft Auto 6 in 1 week, and then this happened. And so people are like, oh, I can do game dev. And so they start, and then they feel super dumb because in a week they, you know, learned how to turn on a light switch with a character in Unreal Engine. And then they just get burnt out because their expectations were, you know, that they'd be making the next big MMO because of all these videos they watched where it's like, yeah, so then I just, like, implemented this movement system, and then next I just needed to add a crafting system, and then next I just had to do, you know, a climbing system, and then the game was done, and it's ready to release. And then me and my friends played it, and it was multiplayer. And it's like, bruh. Like, where's the content? Where's the video? So if I can on Instagram say that skeletal meshes don't need weight painting. Well, I mean, technically they don't need it. They're just not going to move if they don't have weight painting. As long as you share results, in my opinion, half of them using some animations, some pre-made shit, and still manage to look trash. Well, I mean, like, they're not designed to be games. They're designed to be, you know, a topic for a video, you know, for a content creator video. So I think in, like, for, like, I think it serves its purpose, is what I'm trying to say. It achieves its goal, which is to dumb down the process of making games and appeal to a wider audience. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, you know, if that video gets someone interested in developing games, then, you know, that's great, but it doesn't really manage expectations properly. Persona 1, my friend was, is your game done yet? Why does dev take so long? Probably watch others 7 days. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's tons of trash tutorials these days. Yeah, there's a lot of, well, I don't know. I think tutorials... I think every tutorial has an audience and has, you know, people that will find it useful. Whether or not it's, like, the tutorial is, like, overall useful in the development of skills is a different thing entirely. There's kind of two... There's a triangle. There's a cost triangle of tutorials for game dev, or probably most things. There is the skill development, there is the how do, and then there is the what do you call it? The succinctness, or I guess the shortness, or just the length. Well, no, because it's not how long it's how short it is. Or slash digestibility. Digest. So, the how-do factor is, how do I make character jump? Well, you go into the character blueprint and you type in jump, and you do on spacebar press jump, and it's like bam. How do? You didn't learn any skills, but it was short and digestible. So that one, that's like, you know, this kind of video. That's like the, I mean, I don't want to like name any names, but there's a few that are kind of like this, where it's just, and like nothing wrong with it, where it's just focused around how do I do this specific thing, and you know, it's a less than 10-minute video. Then you've got the Prismatica dev videos, which are none of this, and it's just all, so like 5-minute materials. Like a typical Prismatica dev video is, here is this effect, or here is this system. This is what it does. This is how you use it. I give some intentionally bad and vague examples. Like, oh, you could use, you know, vertex normal world space to change the color on top of your meshes to do like snow on top of stuff, or pixel normal world space. You know, you mask it in Z, and then you've got this mask, and you can put sand on top of the desert meshes and whatever. But the video isn't how to put snow on top of your materials. You know, it's just, here's this skill that you've now hopefully learned in a digestible time frame. And then you can do this and this. So, for example, my character material video, or my optimizing meshes, you know, getting rid of material slots video, is like, you're learning a good skill, and it teaches you practically how to optimize your materials down, but it sacrifices the digestibility, because it goes for fucking 40 minutes. And so, some people might not absorb it as well, but, you know, it teaches all the things. Like I could have done, that video could have taken up 10 minutes if I didn't explain why we use a secondary UV channel to like map different segments of the meshes to then use as a mask in the material, and then the math behind creating a switch node, which Unreal now has natively. And then it could have just been one of these videos where it's like, how to optimize your meshes? Well, first you put it into Blender, and then you go to the second UV channel, and you grab all the things, and you put them in the, you put them in this UV channel in like segments like this, and then you export it, and then we're good to go, and you've optimized the meshes and shit. But it's like, you didn't learn the why. So this is like the cost triangle of tutorials. And then you've got the just short ones, which are just... They don't teach you any skill, they don't teach you how to do anything, they're just short. Which is just shorts, in general. Short max. True. Tell me about Lang. Yeah, it do be like that. It's like there's a balance, because like you can teach the background skills while teaching the how-do, like how to achieve this effect or do this system or whatever. But it just means that in order to do that properly, it has to go for longer. But like some people like long videos, and that's like what I mean is like there's an audience for any either tutorial creator or like devlog, game developer, and whatnot. Because like everyone has different preferences. You know, some people just need to know how to do something in a quick amount of time, but then other people want to develop skill in a short amount of time. And some people want the skill and the how-do, and they don't care about how long the video goes for. So there you go. The cost triangle. It's the same thing as what's the product version of that? It's like cost, or like goods and services. It either is no, sorry, it's cheap, cheap, fast, good, cheap, fast. Or something like that. It can't be like if it's cheap and good, then it's going to take a lot of time. So that's like solo developing a game, you know? It's cheap because you're one person. It's good because you can put a lot of effort into it. But it's going to take, 10 years. And then you've got your cheap and fast, and you get your the day before, and you get your, I don't know, you get shovelware, basically. You get, I'm not going to name any names. But you get, cheap and fast. Churn out games, in the course of 6 months, as fast as possible. The quality suffers. And then you've got the Call of Duties, where it's like, we can do it once per year, and we can make it good, but it's gonna cost like $100 million to pay 1,000 people to work on it all at once. Not saying that Call of Duty is like good design-wise, but it's like, it's polished, and it looks good, and it feels good to play, and that kind of shit. So there's like, the triangle. Pal World, true. Well, Pal World, I guess this good factor is quality-wise. Like, objective quality. Well, I guess, if you can objectify quality, yeah. Well, I don't know. Is it even... Because that game was developed over like 3 or 4 years, although it was a small team, so it was cheap. It was slow. But like, there's a difference between good quality and people like it. Likeable. And I think Pal World, even though quality-wise, it's very... even though its production value is very low, the player enjoyment factor, or like the, the kind of the meme factor and the virability of it is high. And that's just That's something completely unrelated to this. That exists in its own section, which is just virality. Or I guess you could have a separate triangle that's design-based. You know. Rockadoodle, thank you very much for the raid. I hope your stream was fantastic. Got to run? That's all good, that's all good. All they need to do is add Zelda shader. Yeah, that's like the one thing that I just hate about it is the flat shaded default specular and roughness character models. You know? It's like the really cursed Breath of the Wild without cell shading. Like, it's just cursed as fuck. Like, that's Pell World. Like, it makes me actually physically sick. Like this. Pell World. Pell World. Like, if they just added a material-based cell shader, it's like, bam. Like, instantly much better. Because at the moment, it's like... can we get some footage up? And, like, I'm not ripping on Pell World. Like, I mean... Kind of. They should have hired me as the technical artist on Pell World, I think. I mean, if any of the Pell World devs are watching, then hit me up. We can talk. We can talk. I mean, in that one, it's not too bad, but... There's also a lot of inconsistency in the environment assets. Like, some of the environment is, like, mega scans and photorealistic, but then the workbenches are kind of a mix of stylized and realistic. Trying to find a good example. Oh, here. Like, just, I don't know. Looks so disingenuous. Yeah, exactly. Never knew it was your new tab. So, like, here. Like, you know, detailed normal maps. Detailed 3D foliage. But then you've just got this smooth shaded, like, nothing burger. Spot the download asset channel. Well, I can already see... Wait, hold on. See this ruins back here. This wall. Now wait for it. Where is it? I'll find it. It's the thick walls. You know, I'll just go to the fucking folder. Walls, thick walls. Here we are. It's this one. Oh, actually, no, I had that wrong. I think that one was actually one of the thin ones. This one, no? Is that it? Yes, yeah, it is. Brick, 2 bricks, and then a gap, and then 2 on top of each other. Brick, gap, 2 on top of each other. Yeah, so it's that one. I mean, I've seen this asset pack in, like... I've seen this in, like... very well-received games as well. Like, Lies of P uses this asset pack. Dark and Darker uses this asset pack. There was another one, Islands of Insight uses this asset pack. I mean, every game uses this asset pack because it is generic. Like, you know, yeah, it's a brick a crumbling brick wall. And that's all it needs to be. And it's fine, you know. It's only that I know the, you know, I know the thingo. AI generated models, allegedly. I don't think they would have AI generated the models. I think they would have maybe AI generated the concepts for the models. But like, who isn't doing that? You know, like, why wouldn't you? But the creatures were all definitely modeled by hand because they, well, they actually animate properly. And all the animations must be custom because, you know, where do you find marketplace assets for animations for, you know, a ball sheep, whatever the ball sheep is called? Or, you know, where do you find animations that fit this character layout? You know, you got to make them yourself. Can we target? Well, not for something of these proportions, but I mean, they had a pretty big team working on the game. And they had a lot of assets from their, like, the studios or the publisher's previous game that they could just port over. Like, the character base model is the exact same as, what was their other one? Craftopia. Which was made in Unity, but, you know, you could just reuse all of the character animations, all the attacks, the, you know, the base model, all of that and shit. Craftopia. Yeah. Well, different production studios. Same publisher. Are they a publisher? What's their Pocket pair? Pocket Pair is a video game developer headquartered in blah blah blah, Japan. Minecraft Power. Yeah, well, at least they're different development teams. So a lot of people have been like, oh, they've got like 4 separate games in early access at once. You know, looks like the outside of Mondstadt. Yeah, like literally the moat around Mondstadt. Sorry, Mondstadt. Or as the Genshin characters would say, Mondstadt. Mondstadt. They should have got German English voice actors to do all of the... Anyway. Not bothered by the character style not matching the grass. I guess I like mismatched art styles as long as the thing look good on their own. Well, I think it's I don't think it's so much that they're mismatched, because like you look at the new Zelda games, and yeah, the characters and items are completely different to the environments. You know, the environments are smooth shaded, that kind of plastic clay looking stylized style. Well, you know, like this. You know, that ugly-ass, this kind of stuff. But then the characters are all cel-shaded. And, like, the contrast between it makes the characters pop out, you know? Whereas in Pal World, it's kind of like... because they're shaded the same... but the characters are all just missing textures. Like, they don't have normal maps, they don't have detail. It's like they don't contrast enough to be... Do you know what I mean? It's like doing, like, color schemes, right? Like... So, like, for example, let's make a color scheme. We've got blue. We've got... How the fuck do I... We've got a slightly greener blue. And we've got a slightly less green blue. That's not the best example. I can't... I'm just too good with colors. I just can't choose bad colored schemes. Well, let's do an internet blue. I'm just too good. Do you know what I mean? It's like wearing a blue shirt with denim jeans. Whereas, like, you know, you could do something cool with, like, more contrasting colors, you know? Like, maybe you've got an orangey blue, but it's desaturated so that it can sit in the middle, and then a pinky, like a more vibrant pink or something. You know? Contrast. Contrast and movement and, you know, pansexual flag created. True. But yeah, it's like Pal World is like wearing double denim. That's what Pal World style is. It's double denim. It's like they're too... The styles are too close together, but, you know. So it was real and made realistically when I was xenomorph face. I got hatched on the hands. True. True. Alright, let's get some work done. I keep getting distracted by chat. God, it's like you guys just don't even want me to work on the game, you know? Why do you guys hate me? Who up wearing jeans and jants and jerts? A jert's real? Like denim shirt? Like denim t-shirt, I mean. That's kind of lit. That's kind of lit. Alright, character components, action components. These should... Yeah. They've all been moved. So if I now save all, we go to core, characters, character components, fix redirectors. If jorts exist... Well, yeah, there's jean shorts. Denim shorts. They're real. Okay, now why is that folder still there? I'm guessing it'll disappear. Alright, core. Let's just see if all of our references broke. Sure you want to play an editor? This has unresolved compiler. Well, on rep item actor ref should not be called from a blueprint. Well, I don't think it... Which one? Are you... The fuck? Oh, there you go. Alright, do our actions still work? Yes, that's great. Do actions on other objects work? Yes. Very good. Okay, Okay, so now we want to do something very destructive. Core. Pris action object system, action components. All right, so action component. The only thing... Oh, it has living being component, which just gets reference to living being. So if I just do... No, I can't move that down a class, can I? Ah, it's fine. I can just fix up. There's going to be a lot of broken references. Where's the interaction? I haven't implemented it in Prismatica. Check if funny move bug works in Prismatica. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I guarantee it. I want to... there's so many like extra variables in the base action that I don't really want in there. I guess that's part of the refactor, right? But I think what I'll do, I will... See, that's a living being actor that it's referring to. That's the trouble with this. So maybe first we need to create the living being object. Well, I guess we already have that in content, Prismatica, core, large sim, fizz, system, flishtem, flim, blim, 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 blim. So we have PLSS entity, which is an entity, which just has an update, and draw debug location, initialize entity, which is just doing a debug color at the moment. So this is essentially our version of actor, right? So we still need our character, living being, blah, blah, blah. But it's just going to exist as a conduit for the object. So, entity, living being object, item object should derive from entity, which isn't that hard. Let me just check. So that comes from replicated object, which is good. So, item object. Because an item is an entity. It has a location at all times. So it's, yeah, Pris replicated object. So I just want it to be... How do I reparent? Reparent blueprint. You're going to PLSS entity. And that should be success. And nothing should break. Because entity's essentially an empty class. Cool. And then all the logic is coming in from object. Sweet. Nice. Right, now... Entity, living being, object... Now, how the fuck do I want to do this? What does a living being need as an entity? It doesn't actually need a this was all just test shit. All of this should go in a navigation object or a navigation manager that has their current path, their current blah, blah, blah. Just need a data asset. You're not doing data. I do do data assets, but only for static, like static datas. So like, God, this music's a bit fucking intense. That's better. So for example, a sword. Let me save this. This is the pyramid. Right, new diagram. So the way I build data assets is the sword. So a sword is an object, right? Which is derived from entity. Entities. So the sword object has, well, let's just call it a weapon, right? So it has 3 sub-objects that it's made up of. It's got a handle, a hilt, a blade, I don't know, a pommel, a flamethrower attachment, whatever. So those are all objects as well, because they're all dynamic. So, you know, you can swap out a part of a weapon or add an attachment to a weapon, and it just, you know, like that. Oh, shit. But then those parts, let's say like a sword blade, for example. The blade object has a blade type, which is a data asset, which is static. So the S-stock blade type always does the same. Or always has the same damage modifiers. So this one here, the pointy boy, the stabby boy. So, you know, it converts, you know, force at a 0.8% piercing efficiency when thrust. So that data for that blade type is in a data asset, because it never changes. But then we use an additional data asset for, like, the material that it's made of. So maybe it's made of, like, lead. So, like, lead increases the weight of something, but makes it less stabby, because lead is like a soft metal, right? So it'll do more impact damage because it weighs more. Because it weighs more, it'll need more strength to use, or it'll, you know, move slower or whatever. So basically, like, combining, and so, like, this sword blade is literally just an object that holds data assets, if that makes sense. So it's like a configuration of different data assets. And, you know, same with the hilt. Maybe it's this type, made of this material, blah, blah, blah. Or, you know, maybe the sword flamethrower attachment, you know, is... Well, I guess it would have a sub-object. Oh, actually, no, that object itself could handle the fire spawning stuff. How is constructed as a sword? Know what types of children it should have and create those. It gets done by, like, an item spawner. Or, like, an item generator. Which has, like, a list of all of the blade types. And all of the hilt types. And all of the blah 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 types, and can just throw together a sword or something with random, you know, with a random materials. And then, you know, create an object. And then that object, when it gets saved, like saved to disk, would just save, you know, references to the data assets for most of it, and then obviously it's going to have its attributes, like its rustiness, and its wetness, and its sharpness, and its, I don't know, something else. Its temperature. And they'd all get saved to it. And the reason that these are all separate objects from this is because, you know, a piece of meat doesn't need a rust value, so it just wouldn't have that object. So, like, the properties are all modular. But they can link together. So, like, the wetness increases the rust over time rate. If that makes sense. So saving and loading all of this is going to be a fucking disaster. But it will be fun. Those store values between each other, like references? Yeah, yeah. Well, they can... There's a few ways they can interact with one another. You can... There's a property manager. So it actually looks more like this. So the object has a property manager. The manager contains the list of all the attributes. So they can... They all have gameplay tags. So this can modify anything with tag of this type. Or it can, on initialization, get... If they're like static ones, so like for example, rust, when it gets initialized, it can just look for the wetness attribute or property and just save a reference to it directly, and then just pull from that when it wants to update, you know, when it wants to calculate the rust rate or something, rather than having to look through an array that's potentially like X entries long. Each object has... Yeah, so each item and each character has their... Or basically each entity that has properties has its own manager object, which when the item or character is initialized, it will create a manager, and then that manager will pull a list of default properties from either a constructor or a data asset. So like sword, the sword data asset, which is the weapon data asset, which is not these ones, but for this one has its own data asset, which says what animations it uses. It's like, you know, inventory size, although these might modify that, so I still have to figure out the modular weapon system properly. I don't know if it'll be like, I don't know whether to go like full, like stupid customization on it. So like you can put an axe head on a dagger handle, or whether it should be like you have a halberd item and you can swap out the head with a different polearm head or something. That's kind of what I'm leaning more towards. So the inventory size would never change, just the sub, you know, the weapon parts would change. But yeah. So that's the sort of structure of that, I guess. So if I was going to be stupid big, I I don't know. Probably not too big. How big's an object again? The thing about the data assets, right, is because it's all static data, there's only one instance of this data asset in the entire game. So, like, if there's, like, 100 swords, and 50 of them are S-stock blades, then all 50 of those are just referencing this one data asset. So, like, none of these variables need to be duplicated. How do you plan to save references between the objects? With great difficulty. If you use UIDs that are 64-bit UID for one reference, you need 2 references per object both ways. You may have 8 sets of 2 64-bit UUIDs. Yeah. I could do, like, local IDs. Local IDs nuts. Or like a hierarchical saving and loading thing. So we load the first... Because, like, that's something that I've thought about for items that are inside other items, right? Because, like, the way that the inventory works is... Oh, God, it's nighttime. When the fuck did that happen? So, like, a backpack is an item that you can put other items in. So if I grab, like, something else that has storage space, which this does. So this is a storage within a storage that is storing a helmet. So the helmet can go in there, but then I can wear this thing, and then it has the helmet inside it, and I can put that on my head, and blah, 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 blah. So then it's like, if I wanted to load an item that has items inside it, and it needs to load with them in it, then... I mean, technically, they don't have to be loaded in a certain order, because the item can just be loaded, and then when its container loads in, the container can add it at its original position, but then I don't know, something. How are you going to structify all these different object types? Probably won't. I'll probably write a unique save thingo for each thing, like saver and reconstructor and whatnot. I don't even know if they'd need to be structified. I might even be able to just save them as fucking U objects. But that's something to think about another day. You can save your objects and be wasting my time. Well, it's probably not as efficient. I mean, like, all an item is, item object, is just this. It's got a contained items grid array. This list is generative, so that doesn't need to be saved. Contains socketed items, the reference to what it's contained inside, the type that it's contained in, which technically doesn't need to be saved. Quantity, reference to its item actor, if that can be invalid, if it's not represented by an actor. It's data asset reference. It's equipped slot. The current, like, equipped actor, blah, blah, blah. The item material doesn't need to be saved because that's generated when it gets, well, when you see it as an icon. Icon render target also doesn't need to be saved. Item material modifiers is just data assets. Simulation property manager is just a reference that gets set on initialize. Scale is just a float. Unless I wanted... I think scale should probably be a property. Because the scale of something could change with an effect. So, yeah, I'd probably remove that. Item mass curve. What the fuck was the mass curve? Oh, mass and balance curve. Do they have to be... Can't you statically reference curves? Didn't I... I must have looked and I couldn't. I thought you could static reference curves. What's the scale do? Like the size of it. Like the size of an object. Or an item. So like this sword might be 1.2 times bigger than that one. You can have giga head. Well, the head... Well... Technically, yes, but... It wouldn't appear big when it's on your head. It could be big in the world, but it wouldn't... Armor's kind of weird. Because it's all mesh merged and whatnot. Brother, hello, hello. Do you have any resources that explore how you do armor modular character stuff? Other than my devlog number 11 video, not really. A lot of mine's just trial and error and just like just having the background knowledge to be able to piece something together like that. I didn't really learn it from any particular place. Alright, action object system. Alright, let's take the first big step. And let's actually commit, because everything's stable. Even saving loading works, so people using crazy arrays and variables, store them, load them in game start. Can you just save and load complete character? Well, that's the thing, right? It should be easy. I mean, there are plugins that can do it like that exact way, where like you put a component on, you know, a character, and when you click save, it will get all of the variables that are set to save in a character and save them in, I don't know, some format. It might even be like plain text or something. And then reload that by, you know, spawning, like it would save what is the class of that actor and also what are all the components attached to the actor that aren't default components. And then it would basically, yeah, spawn that actor again and set all of those variables that were set to be saved. And it could just do that automatically. I think it was called, fuck, what was it? They were using it on Sunnyside and it worked quite well. It was like very easy to use. Although I don't think it dealt with objects. It could only deal with actors because it was a component. What was it called? Save and load. Let's look through. I mean, there's probably billions in here that can do saving and loading. Rama save system. So that can kind of, you know. It's only 4.5 star rating. Someone got Madge. Can save your object within Unreal Sessions. Okay, cool. That's good. That's good. Although, like, I mean, I guess variables are small enough that it's like, I don't know. Like, how would you mark a variable as, I want this one to be saved, but I want this one to be, like, this one doesn't have to be saved. I don't know. Like, I'm looking forward to figuring that out. Let me just commit. Git bash. Git add dash a. Git commit dash m. Moved action system. It's a new folder. Proceeding with obliterating. Obliteration. Just as you would a struct. Well, yeah. Because, yeah, I guess... well, the thing about a struct is that you have to actually predefine the struct. Which means, like, if you... Let's say you make a child item class that has an extra variable. Then you'd have to make another struct to include that one extra variable. Which just sounds like a nightmare. Prismatica plugin for $29.99, anyone? Yo, any buyers? Oh, I need to finish the fucking marketplace submission for this, because I haven't done that yet. I almost did it, but then I didn't. Rest in peace, bitrate. Sorry, I'm just going to get lost doing this for the next 2 hours. Which is usually what happens in this stream. No, no more. Okay, let's obliterate the action components. Action component. So. Action component. Do I want to reparent it first, or do I want to... Well, no, no, because the parent class. Living being component. Well, I could do... Okay, no, okay, what if I open this one, and I convert this component? That way we keep this reference intact. So this is called living being action component. Well, living being action object. So this will get reparented. And then... Oh god, this is going to be bad. Wait, what's this getting reparented to? Just a replicated object? Pris replicated object? No, that's the component. No, fuck off. No, 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 go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. No, we want to reparent. Can I not? Oh, fuck me, the fuck. Can I not reparent a component to an object? Is that not allowed? Is a component not derivative of an object? Components only to components. Don't they? Huh? Hmm. U actor component. U object base. U object. U actor component. So you need to redo it if you need actor. Yeah. That's annoying. It's technically... I'm guessing you can do it in C++, just not in Blueprint. Unreal Engine, can I reparent component to object? No, not like reparent. No, I want to like... Class. Well, maybe we just redo it all. If you have C++, yeah. Well, if it was in C++, then I could, but because it's Blueprint derived, it's a bit of a nightmare. I mean, it might be worth doing it from scratch, just to. There's not actually that much stuff. Kind of. Well, I mean, well, I need to. Yeah, you know what? It's time to refactor. It's refactoring time. And then he refactored all over the place. Oh, no, that's already got its folder, so I don't need the old one. Alright, Pris Action Object System. Here we go. It's time. We need... Wow, this is going to be a big... What am I doing with my life? No, this needs to be done. It needs to be done for the sake of the pyramid. I'm going to open this up as inspiration. No, not that one. This one. The pyramid. We need a strong base. It needs to be based. 2 months later? Nah, this will take like a week at most. To like get it back to like Prismatica parity. Open burb leg. What's burb leg? Oh, yeah, what a classic. What was this about again? Can't remember. Yeah, the burb with the stanky leg. Here's my dual pivot painted ferns. Navigation. The fuck is this? What's that? Is that a person? Anyway. Right, core. Action object system. We make a new object. No, sorry, new replicated object, child. Pris replicated object component. The main reason for using that replicated object component, it's something that Sov made, is that it's an object that has a world context, so you can set timers and delays and all that kind of shit in it, which is great. So this is called Pris, or PAOS, Payos Action Object. That's it. It begins. It begins. Right, we need another one. I won't duplicate, I'll do it. A different one. Replicated object. Pris replicated object. This, wait, is that a... I fucking made it a replicated object component. I'm dumb as fuck. Alright, this one is called Payos. Prismatica Action Object System. Or do I want to call it Pavos? Prismatica Action Virtualizable Object. Or Pavos. Prismatica Virtualized. Pavas. It's just called... It's just Payos. Action Object. Bam. Alright, next. Pris replicated object, blah, blah, blah. This is called Payos Action Manager. Cool. Action object. What do you do? I don't know. It needs an initialize. New thing. New function. Initialize action. Bam. That will pass in a reference to the action manager. You will get saved as a variable called action manager. Cool. And then if it ever needs to get its... Well, okay, so an action can be owned by an object. Like an object says, hey, this is what you can do with me. Blah, 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 blah. I probably need to make an action subsystem for... It's basically GAS. It's basically GAS. But better. But less bullshit. So for a character's base actions, those action objects get constructed whenever that character exists. But then there's sort of auxiliary actions that aren't always relevant, like eating an apple. So the apple would have an eating apple action, which would have the eating apple animation and the, you know, blah blah blah, whatever. That's like not every character needs to have an eating apple action and an eating banana action and a eating bowl of cereal action on them at all times. That belongs to the item itself, right? But the item doesn't need that object to be loaded until it gets eaten. So I guess it would exist as a class reference only, then be created when it needs to be used, which it can then, you know, set its timers, play the animation, do all of the what's it called when things have time? Latent? All of the latent logic? Non-transiential? Yeah, latent nodes. So it can do all that shit, then it can end itself and clean itself up. So do you recommend using water plugin for UE5 or using a plane with seawater material? It depends. If you like the water plugin, then use the water plugin. But if you don't like using the water plugin, then just use geometry. I personally use geometry. Like just planes and splines for rivers and that kind of stuff. If you're talking about my plugin specifically, like for water interaction stuff, then the water plugin rivers can't draw to a runtime virtual texture yet. I don't know if they ever will be able to, because Epic never think ahead. But yeah, things need to be able to draw to an RVT to work with this plugin. Otherwise, they don't have any reference of like where they get interacted with, because it's like it's stateless, so that these are always drawing, but they intersect with an RVT height map in order to do their stuff. With water plugin, need a hidden plane below. Yeah, you could get away with just doing a invisible objects. It's not a bad idea. Well, I guess that was my idea, so I come up with some good ideas sometimes. I'll be right back. I really need to wee again. I should stop drinking so much coffee. BRB. Hello, I'm back. And all the cats are inside. And I have frozen berries. Oh, yeah, boy. Mmm. Delicious. All right, back to work. It's been 3.5 hours and I've literally done nothing. We're just getting back into the swing of things. Just getting in the swing. It's all about swinging. Tanvo, how's it going? Alright, action object. Initialize action. Blah, blah, blah. Set the action... Well, yeah, the action manager... Well, no, is it the action manager that initializes it? Yes. The action manager is going to pull the actions from the item. And instance them from the character. So yes, that makes sense. Is adding static mesh components significantly cheaper than adding an actor that only has a static mesh? Depends what you are doing with it. What's the context? Because when you add a static mesh into the world, it is an actor. Like, this is an actor. It's called a static mesh actor. Like decoration. So it would be cheaper if you... Let's say you've got a house. If the house was one actor, and then you know, attached static mesh components to that house. Spawn and clutter within a shop. Well... Are they ever gonna not be in the shop? Like, are they purely just decoration, purely visual? They don't need physics. I mean, you could do physics with individual static meshes, but... Because I'd say, on a scale where you're like, yeah, doing hundreds of them, probably doing them as static meshes, or even instant static meshes if you can, you know, if they're all, if you're just spawning a bunch of books, you could do instances and maybe change the texture with custom data or something. Berries kind of taste like detergent. And I like it. Actually, you know what I need? True devs have rum under the desk, that's right. Sweetened berries and rum. Hell yeah, let's go. Mmm. Woo. That's good. Mm-hmm. Do these need an on-initialize? Maybe not. This might even be a rare case where I put on my third monitor, so I can reference the old action system as I go. Although, is it plugged in? I don't think it's plugged in. It's not. Oh, unless it's just disabled, no signal. No, I just don't have it plugged in. You know what? Fuck it. I'll turn it off again. Goodbye, TV. Alright, let's open up our old action system. Action component. We don't really need a tick. This should have been getting done on an external, well, component called the character rotator component or some shit. Character fast rotation. So what was the basis of an action component? It's literally just try action, on action start, some force and overrides, on overridden, on cancelled, on end, and then finish action gets called in the manager, which then blah 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 does the next one. Pretty easy. Yeah, there's just a heaps of shit that my coding is better now. And then with replication in mind, I want the play montage to be replicated. Like the chosen montage to be replicated. Which means I would have to do that. It's kind of annoying. Alright, well. Action Manager needs a variable called owning entity. Well, is anything other than a living being gonna be committing actions? Not really. Owning living being. Living being entity. Where the fuck is it? Living being object. PLSS living being object. I should rename that to living being entity. No, that's fine. Living being object's fine. Right, owning living being, we need a current action, which is a action object. Bam. Do I want to do multi-queuing? I feel like I feel like multi-queuing was a workaround it was a workaround for the lack of a, what's it called? Like, not pathfinding, but this is the wrong map. So like multi-queuing actions was like if I was wearing a sword and I had a backpack on, I'd have to, because that would take 2 hands, so I'd have to drop the sword and then pick the sword back up again. But then if I wanted to, you know, put this in the backpack, I have to put the sword... Well, no, I can grab it with 1 hand. So that's fine. But that was all done in, like, logic within that thing itself, which I didn't really like. I'd rather just run like an actual pathfinding algorithm using, fuck, what would it be? Goal-oriented. So it would be like, I want to put this item here, but in order to do that, I have to have achieved the state hands are free. And then in order to achieve hands are free, I need to have put my weapon, you know, somewhere. I feel like that's more extensible. So I don't think multi-queuing is needed. Current action, queued action. Does the action manager need to... Well, initialize action manager, which is going to take in a living being, well, owning living being object, which is going to be living being object. This really is just components with extra steps, isn't it? If only actor wasn't so heavy. I probably want to call a thing called construct default actions. Construct. Which is going to get the owning living being. It's going to get some list of fucking things from a data asset, probably. Oh wait, no, they're going to be classes. Ah. Bam, bam, bam. For each. Construct object from class. What is the outer? Well, I guess this is the outer. The self is the manager. Yeah. Cool. And then on these, we're gonna initialize the action, and then the action. What the fuck is it? Self? Be self. Sweet. So for now, we'll just hard code in what are the default actions, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Right, we need a function called so we go to the action manager. All it really does, aside from combat mode toggle on off, which does that need to be done in the action manager? Kind of. Because, I mean, that's not relevant. Stances, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that... I could move that to a combat manager. Combat state manager. Which then hooks into the... Because when we finish the action, we check if we want to be in combat mode or not. So it's like... if we jump and then hold shift mid-air, we will be in combat mode when we exit the landing action. Same thing like if we attack and then let go of combat mode halfway through, we're in combat mode up until we finish attacking. Yeah, why is this dude so small? Well, fuck. Nice. Dedge. So I'm just trying to think. I'd probably do this in a separate object. Which technically doesn't need to be an object. It's only relevant to on-screen characters. Well, actually no, because an off-screen character might go in... Well, no, because they'd be doing a battle simulation. They're not actually moving around. So therefore their speed isn't going to be affected. Hmm? Come here. Oh, excuse me. What's wrong? Big fat cat. Yeah. That doesn't need to be there. None of these really need to be hard referenced. Doesn't need to be a reference. Yeah. Yep. They just need to be Q action. Although even... Hello, my girl. So the base action class is always going to be loaded in memory, right? That's like unavoidable, which is good. So even if there's extra data and stuff, it's technically not wasted data. And all of the virtualized actions are just going to be class reference. So we can call the static function from the class of the attack action. So it doesn't have to be instanced. Because we can essentially, from a static function, pull, you know, the attack data, the item object data that the character's using, and spit out an output without ever instancing that object. Whereas when it's a character that's actually on screen, then their attack action object needs to be instant because it needs to be tracking state. Like, I'm attacking, I'm in the middle of an attack, I'm playing an animation, I'm setting a delay, I'm waiting time, blah, blah, blah. But when it's off screen, it's literally just, if you hit this character, how much damage would you do and where would you hit them, and then apply that damage from the static function. So yeah, that should be fine. Sandbox, still like have fun heading out? All good, all good. I hope you have a good day. It was nice for you to pop in. Cat, what do you want? Do you want to go outside again? Why are you being so... Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey. Cat. Hop off there, please. Come on. Here. No big deal. Bye. All right. Functions. Action manager. Finish. Action. Well, okay, here's a question. Does finish action need to happen in here? I guess it kind of makes sense, yeah. when do I call that in action component? On action end, call finish action after everything else. Yeah. So when action finishes, set current action to null. This will need a boolean called play queued action question mark. Queued action. What the fuck? Queued action. There we go. Which is just a ticky box. If blah blah blah. Oh, you know, I'll pull it from here. We then get queued action, so our action object needs a try action function. Queued action, try action. If that was true. And if queued action was valid. Otherwise, nothing. That's all nothing, but yeah, on action end, do that. Try action, on action, start. Try action should be one word. Morgan, hello. With Prisma plugin, would you recommend using wind policy for global wind, or is it wise to use a separate function handle for that kind of thing? Do you mean for like I don't know if these trees are even set up to work with wind at the moment. Like this kind of wind? Okay, the grass isn't plugged in either. Do you mean like the global scene wind? Because I would use a completely different system to that. Because yeah, I do it, well, globally in the shaders using like your own, you know, a wind value and direction. And then the Prismatica stuff just adds to that. So like rather than... Because the Prismatica stuff is just local around the character. You would see like everything getting blown, you know, really intensely. But then things that are like slightly out of range would be like dead still. You can, however, actually let me go to the plugin. You can, however, like, here's an example, right? So these will be in the next update, the ferns and stuff. So these ferns are set up to, you know, blow based on like some pivot sensing and whatever, blah, blah, blah. They look pretty dope. You could go to example materials, fern, Farron. Into all of the interaction thingos, so like the wiggler and the I didn't turn this into a function yet because it's still in progress. But anyway, if I just basically go to the wind sample, is that the only place I sample it? Yeah. Wind sample, wind vector, plus wind direct, a wind strength value. So maybe the wind is traveling at like 0.5 in the Y direction. If you just add that on top of this, then they should just act as though they are getting blown in that direction. Could probably increase that. Like that. So that's like always... and again, you could do that with a noise, like you said. So a texture. Fuck. What are we looking for? Clouds. Panner. UVs. World position. Divide by big number. Coords. Going 1 unit. I don't know how fast that is. Then get that. We want to. We want to. 1 minus. Multiply. By 0.5 so that our minimum is 0.5. Then we want it 1 minus again. Then we want to do that. Multiply our wind direction by the strength, noise, value, whatever. And then here, I don't know if this will look normal, but can't actually tell where the what the texture's doing. It's very fast and it's going the wrong way. Probably a bit too slow. The other thing to keep in mind with doing panning textures and stuff is you may want to, rather than using a panner, okay, that looks better. Rather than using a panner, you'd probably want to have, I've explained this in another, well, in a previous live stream, but actually, I might have my diagram here. Trees. So, usually when you're using time, in like a shader, so like a panner is just time multiplied by speed equals UV offset. If it's traveling at this speed and then you change the speed halfway through the session, it will like scroll through a million other values. It'll basically go nuts until it stops changing speed and then continue on like normal. So what you'd want to do is have a cat. You'd want to have a cat. You'd want to have... Oh, you good? You'd want to have a material parameter collection called wind distance, which accumulates over time. So like for a one-dimensional variable, let's say it's just the wind speed or wind strength or something, Well, not wind strength. It'd be wind speed. If your direction was normalized. Anyway, you just have a blueprint that's just adding per frame whatever the wind speed is. And then if you want to slow the wind down or slow down the panning of the texture, you just make it add less and less over time. And then you want to speed it up, you just add more and more over time. That way it never... Because it's not a multiplicative of the time variable. It doesn't pass through all of the... It doesn't do this. It does this. Does that make sense? So you could do that with your panning wind texture, where you essentially, here's its start point, and you basically add, you know, you add in this direction, and then you want it to pan the other way, so like you make it start going this way, and then you want it to go this way, and whatever. And that way it's not like... It's not gonna go crazy, you know. So you want to be like adding... You want to use the... Or like... You could call it wind time, basically. Or wind... Yeah, wind time. Rather than game time multiplied by speed. It's like its own time variable that can dilate separately to everything else. I hope that kind of makes sense. You probably already knew that, but for anyone that was wandering. So yeah, you could do something like this with the plugin functions, and then on top of it is the other wind stuff. So just ignore everything else. You know, I can blow these backwards, even though they're blowing this way, or I can blow them this way further. And it all, like, works together normally. That's probably something I should have put in the documentation. But yeah, you can just hijack these functions to do your global effects as well. Nice. Sorry, let me just go... I went on a big tangent. Moderator in Unreal Source. I don't have if in voice track somebody like give me a chance. I will. I'll take you up on that. Axolotl, hello. How's it going? How it going? Oh, do I want to do these as functions or events? Because they will have latency, which means I can't do them. I think I'll do them as events. It would make more sense. I mean, try action should be a function because we'd want to return a Boolean. Did succeed. Well, actually, do we? Because we want to unspaghettify this if we're rewriting it. Luckily, everything else is already object-based, like items and properties. So this is kind of the only refactor that's actually necessary. And it's something I wanted to revisit anyway, so... Copium, copium. Huffing on copium. I'm just trying to justify this bullshit. Nah, it's fine. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's worth it. So try action, was this a queued action? Is that relevant? Yes. Well, it can be. Because if it's a queued action, we might want it to do something different. So it's good to have that there. Are we allowed to do this in movement types? See, that should be in a separate function called can do action. Cat, what do you want? And then if there is a current action already, we want to ask that action, hey, can we override you? And then that action can decide, hey, fuck off. Incoming action, blah, blah, blah. On action overridden. If false, queue action. Queue actions in the action manager, which literally just says bam, bam, bam. Queue window open. Force queue. What was that about again? Probably not relevant anymore. Queue action. This is action to queue action object. All right, Cat, I'm gonna put you outside. Getting all antsy. All right, don't go up there. Thank you. All right, BRB. I'm back. Hello. Alright, action to queue. You are gonna become the queued action. No, fuck off. Queued action. Only if variable queue window open question mark boolean get bam. If that's true, do that. If false, then fuck off. Alright, so action object has a try action, which will try the action, funnily enough. It also needs a can do action, can start action, question mark. Return boolean. Yep. Oh, XA4. Sorry, I didn't see your question before. Assets from asset pack. Most are, except for characters and weapons and other important things. Let me load up the asset zoo, actually. Right, so all these are store assets that I've harvested and repurposed to fit the game's aesthetic. They all look nice enough. Trees looking good. Houses looking good. Mega scans looking good. Foliage. Pretty pog. Pretty poguous. Poguous. So yeah, heaps of marketplace assets. I love marketplace assets. They are my jam. My jamboree. Why? Oh, right, they all got rotated when I reformatted them. Yo, Prismatica stole assets from Pal World. Can't believe Prismatica stole assets from Pal World. Damn. Stupid low. Can't believe Prismatica stole assets from Dark and Darker. Oh my god. How could he? Evil. Absolutely freaking... What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a hella thick wall. Yeah, that's kind of lit. Who up jamming they assets? That's right. Who up slamming those assets in their jamming? Any slammers in the jammer? Okay, so. Action system, hello. Hey, action object. Can start action, yeah. The default, do I want to do like a default blah blah blah? Don't know. Also, do we need to know if a virtual action can be started, or it doesn't have to be started, it just gets done? Like eating an apple or some other shit. Yeah, so we just say yes. Can start action, try action. It should be try start action. Try start. The fucking. Why don't they have spaces sometimes, but then other times they do? Alright, fuck it. You've convinced me we're putting spaces in the function names. I don't like it, but... Try start action, can start action, question mark. Then we have the on start action or on action start? I guess on action start is resultant. So on action start, this should actually be an event. Convert function to event. I've already got one here, but this one has a space in it, so fucking YOLO. On action start, do the thing, and then call... shit. Action... end action. Which is going to then call finish action. There is a difference, trust me. And we play the queued action, of course, if there is one. Unless we don't. In which case... when would we not play queued action? So we need to set the queued action to null after we try the queued action. Because if the queued action fails, we need to YOLO that down there. If queued action disallowed, is queued action not disallowed? No question mark? So we need a... so there's end action. Which I was originally calling on action end. Let me just open up an old... like attack animation. Attack basic melee. So your logic is blah, 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 blah. On action start. Notify an MBP if it's relevant. Set root motion scale as blah, blah, blah. Is it a mirrored animation? Absolute fucking nightmare. Choose the attack animation, blah, blah, blah. Play the montage, blah, 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 blah. Bunch of other fucking notifies, da, 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 da. On blend out, on action end gets called, which I don't like. It should just be called end action. Or even, well, not try end action, because end action is always going to succeed, but end action basically just sets everything back to normal. And then finishes action, which sets current action to null, tries the queued action if there is one, and then either way sets the queued action to null after we try to start that queued action. Yeah. Just gonna that's redundant if you're handling action sad paths. Action sad paths. Via just having the action fail. I will need clarification on that one. Right, new function, try override action with spaces. So, in the first generation of the system, there was a try override action. So that's another action asking this action, hey, can I take over? And then basically, can this be overridden by actions? So, like, I don't know, eating a fucking apple can be overridden by attacking. So if that's true, then we do on action overridden, which is this one, overrode by that one. No, hold on. So fucking confused. So try override action. On action overridden by that. I feel like when I programmed this, I had it the wrong way around. Because, yeah, we do call... It shouldn't be on action cancelled. It should be called cancel action. Well, no, because we want it to be on action cancelled, set this blah, 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 finish action. The default for on action cancelled is just on action end, or end action. So no, so we say cancel action. So when we try override action, so try start action. The default behavior is the action manager. Is there already a current action? If there is already a current action, then there is a current action, then try and override that action. with the overriding action. Right? So then we have a, well, try override action, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't need a return, technically. It's basically just a branch that's going to say, hey, you're allowed to do, this is in the allowed overriding actions array or something. I mean, that can be scripted per action. So then if try override action, this is the over, so let me just wrap my head around it. Okay. Try start action. Let's say we're attacking right now. And then we want to try start action. Jump. We want to try start jumping. We ask the action manager, is there a current action? It says, fuck yeah, there is. We're attacking. So then we say to the attack action, hey, I want to have a go. We want to jump. We want to jump. So we're calling try override action on the attack. Then the attack can decide, hey, you know, is this allowed? Are we allowed to jump in the middle of an attack? If true, then try start. No. If true, then start action, which is an event, which I hate. On the overriding action. Well, no, we'd want to... Oh, fuck. Hold on. We would want to override the action. We'd actually want to, rather than... Action manager, action object, try start action. So we would want to can start action first. Although this is... I don't like this because we can't attack when we're in a falling state. But we might want to queue up an attack while we're in a falling state. So this start action should actually be a condition on action start. Can start action, blah, 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 blah. I mean, what was that even doing, though? Is it really even necessary? Probably not. So try start action. So I want to jump in the middle of the attack. Blah, 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 blah. Well, actually, let's see how I was doing it previously, because it seemed to work decent enough. Action component. Where are you? Update fucking blah, 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 blah. Try action. So the try action would check if we're in the right movement type. Allowed movement types. Default walking slide on slope disabled dead. I think I actually removed that at some point. So this is just always firing true. So yeah, we should always be able to queue up something that we're not currently in the state to be able to do. Because by the time the queued action gets tried, we may be in that state. So if we want to, if we're attacking and then we want to jump, but we attack off a cliff, when the attack finishes, we will then try to jump because that was the queued action, but then the jump will fail because we're not on ground because we're in a falling state. So it's always on... Yeah, well, let's just see how I fucking implemented it. On... Da-da-da. Because, like, it does... Let me test that. Well, no, jump is kind of different because... That doesn't do the wind up, which is funny. Oh, I didn't have queuing open. Okay, well, yeah. When I redid the jump, I broke it all, but... So does that mean, wait, does that mean we can jump? No, oh god. Can I jump while I have fallen? Oh lord. Speed animation of a smoother Kenshi? Hell yeah. Yo, we bout to die? Adam, how's it going? Also, I was gonna merge the branches, but then I got distracted. And then I didn't. And then I started refactoring heaps of shit, so I should probably merge it sooner rather than later. I got 5 minutes ago. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm currently refactoring the action system. Which is a disaster. Because I was trying to guess how you're handling entering into action, executing heavy path, exiting a fairly sad path. Not a GameDev backend guy, so a bit out of my depth here, pretty familiar with object-oriented stuff, but Unreal Engine logic is new to me. That's fair enough, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's a weird kind of interconnected system. Did I pull your changes? No, I haven't. Have you heard of Unlure? I have not. I have not. Is that like Unreal Lua script? Or is it like not Lua? Like Un. Well, on action start would want to be try start action. If there's already one, override action. If there isn't, can we start action? So that's where our conditions go. And then if yep, then Start action. Which is an event. Bam. So then if we're overriding an action, try override action. Is it going to allow us to override it? Usually it's no. So if it is, then we don't want to do on action start. No, we want to try start action after we cancel our current action. We do need a cancel. And we need an override action. So cancel calls end action. And override calls cancel action. Usually. But there might be extra things to put in and stuff. Well, actually, no. Try override if it's allowed to. So we'd want a can override function. This is fucked up. Wait, override, blah, blah, blah. No, we'd want... try override this action. So then there's a can override action question mark. Return Boolean. Hell yeah, brother. Boolean. And that will be false by default. Those that edit your game completely in Lua, including after packaging. So make your UE project more moddable for players. Seems to be faster than BP. Interesting. You can override all functions and events without having to open the game. Interesting. Tanva, can I use plugin for Cloth Wind Sim? Does Chaos Cloth... Is it CPU or GPU domain? Or can you choose? If it's GPU, then yes, probably there is a way to do it. If it's CPU, then you could do it, but it would be extremely slow. It wouldn't be worth it. You could fake it by just doing shader cloth sim, if that makes sense. But yeah, probably not applicable to everyone and everything. Kind of like my... Do you remember my... where is it? This video. Hello. Wow, fuck off KFC. I'm literally vegan. I don't want your fucking chicken. Can I ad block again yet? Download free assets. Wow. Sweet. Yeah, so you could do something like this, where it's like fake cloth sim using just shaders. Only shaders. And obviously not using the simple grass wind shader thing. Great clip from this one. What do you mean?
To increase my wind up to like gale strength wind, so you can see all the grass is getting a bit crazy.
Yep.
And you can see that these clothes are actually, you know, blowing
being affected by the wind. Right.
Yeah,
obviously.
In the wind a bit.
Yeah.
And you know, it looks pretty decent, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
So as you can see, as I give this character a little turnaround,
yeah,
you can see that.
Is that wind effect on the cloth heavy on performance? No, it's free. It's all just a shader effect. It's not real. It's the same as like the grass wind, you know. The same as like doing animated trees and stuff. It's just all faked in the shader. Alright, so we can try override action. Here is the overriding action. Can override action. Here is the overriding action again. So then in try override, can override action. Bam. Here's the overriding action. If hell yeah, brother, then override try override action, do this. If that, then... So I should probably do cancel action here. Cancel self. Which is then going to... If I cancel an action, I don't want to play the queued action. So... Because we have to end this action before we start the next one. So if cancelled, end action, finish action. So end action has an input called play queued action question mark. Bam. Come from CGI, I wrote a 3D animation including for games trying to animate trees or grass. Instinct causes my PDC to explode. Cool that UE is way more performant. What kind of methods were you animating trees with and stuff? Because these are all just animated with vertex shaders, not like bones or anything. So it's just saying, you know, for each vertex, or like take the grass for example. For each grass vertex, you know, there's like maybe 5 per blade. Using, you know, this world space texture and like sine waves and stuff, how far should I be offset? So it's not like these are like weighted things. There's no bones or anything. So that's why we can have like bajillions of them. Oh, wrong fucking button. Here you go, wireframe. So yeah. Insulation, turbulence simulations on the leaf meshes powered by a driver. Okay, yeah, so yeah, that's like... yeah. That's like the real way of doing it. This way is all deterministic. Like this way of doing it. So like the movement is determined by just some basic math rather than something actually affecting and simulating the, you know, the blades. So the blades don't have physics. They just look like they do because of some math. It's the same with the plugin, the Prismatica plugin. It's not like actual physics, you know. Like the gist of it is, let me just get a material. And a thing. Can I get a thing? Bush. Grass. Wait, no, that's flattened grass. You know what? We'll just do it with a sphere. Sphere's always a good time. Sphere, hello. We'll just make it thick. Chuck that on it. So the gist of the stuff is... Let's just give it a color. Specular 0. So let's get a noise node. Oh, actually, no. Let's go with sine wave. So we'll get time. We're going to add time to sine. Actually, we don't even need to add it to anything, technically. Oh, no, we will later. So, yeah, let's do that. Add 0 to it. Sine multiplied by magnitude. 3 vector. Make 3. Yeah, float 3 is what it's called. So let's say we want to jiggle this in the Y direction by 10 units every second. So we get this. Let me just turn off shadows. Okay, there we go. So it's just chilling, doing its spherical things. We can make it more wiggly by getting the... Oh, actually, no, we'll get the world position. We'll get the Z height and divide that by 100 or something. Chuck that into here. So this will kind of make it jiggle. So we're adding to time. Actually, we want to subtract from time. Based on the height of it. So the top is going to move before the bottom. Might want that to look a bit less silly. Like this. We also want to get like this and subtract some number. What's that? Maybe like 50 units or something. Divide it by the height. 200, who knows. Clamp that. And then multiply this by that. So that the bottom of it stays in place. Apparently not. Wait, how big is this? Okay, no, I wasn't too far off. Wait, does that just have to go lower? Okay, there we go. So now the bottom's in place. Usually the pivot point would be down here, so you can just do it without an offset. But yeah. Will all this method cause them all to move in unison, some randomization and noise across it? Good question. So you could do... So like at the moment, they're all going to move in unison. But you could use like a panning texture to determine, you know, like a, to determine the wiggle amount that gets driven into the sign. Or you could, let's get the pivot point. And just use that, just, I don't know, some, oh, fuck it, we'll just break float 3. And just get the R and the G and add them together. And then multiply them by, I don't know, some stupid number. Random number. And then frac that. And then multiply that. Well, actually, no, you wouldn't even need to do that. You could literally just add that big number to time. And that will just make them start at a different time, you know? Okay, maybe not that big. The fuck? Add. Huh? Add pivot point. Right, we're getting float. Okay, so we... Son of a bitch. Right, because we're getting the blah, blah, blah. You know what? We could literally just use this. Just their position added together. Or even... one minus the other. Anyway, fuck it. So now they're all different and whatever. So this is like your basic grass stuff. And then, yeah, if you want to use a panning texture, you can get like sort of uniformity between them. So you can see that like the grass kind of jiggles in waves. It's kind of hard to see, but yeah, so you can do that. Or you can use a world space sign. So you could get world position X or G or whatever the thing was, and you could add that to time. No, I should have got pivot. Well, that's what I'm doing here. Fucking... Anyway, yeah. So, like, that's the gist of it. Omnicron, how's it going? What's better, idea for performance-wise, panning texture or procedural noise? A texture will be cheaper than procedural noise, but sine waves will be cheaper than a panning texture. Up until a point. I mean, you can like make a procedural noise using a sum of sines. Yeah. Something, something, YOLO. Alright, action object, end action, played queued action, bam. In cancel action, don't play queued action. Try override action. If yes, cancel action, and then try start the overriding action. Thanks for playing. That's all good. That's all good. That is all good. So override action isn't real. I'm just trying to think if there's anything that we'd ever need to do if an action was overridden by a specific action, but I don't think so. So that's not relevant. Let's just put that out there. So, can override action self overriding action? Hell yeah, brother. If yes, cancel our self. Try start action. The overriding action. If we can't override this action, then Q the overriding action. Well, actually, that should be called try Q action. Because if the Q window is not open, then YOLO. Well, actually, no, because we could have a Q window in the action itself. So then the action manager doesn't need to know about the Q window. So it kind of means that for each action... means whenever the action wants to open the queue window, they have to do it via the action manager. Oh. So do I want to have a boolean per action? Or do we just say, yeah, get your reference to this and then set that on it? Or just call a function called toggle queue window. Because the queue window should always be set to null, or be set to false, when an action finishes. Or when an action starts, but probably when an action finishes. Because it should never be open on the first frame, or any time. Does anyone have any opinions on that? Should the action manager have the queue window boolean, or should each action have a queue window open? I think it should just be on the action manager. There only needs to be one of them. Because it's kind of the action manager's responsibility. Right? Anyway, let's call this try queue action. And if queue window's open, then do that. Right. I think that's the framework done. That only took an hour. Current action montage, I guess, is relevant because we need a reference to the montage itself. Like the montage instance, so I will do that. Action manager on finish action. What was activate queued action doing? I was getting that, removing it from the thing, doing that, and then trying it. So that was because we were doing multi-queuing, but the activate queued action never needs to be done. So on finish action, try start queued action if valid. Cool. If not, then it will set current action null, and then just go to queued action null. Sweet. And then on finish action, we want to set the queue window to be not open. Current action will be false. So that when we try the queued one, it's going to say current action is not valid, can start action, yes. If true, on action start, that's going to do the thing. Cool. So that doesn't go there, yeah. Rightio. So then action start will have something like play montage, which will then have on blend out and action. Bam. Yeah, so I probably want a wrapper for the montage, so that it can be replicated. Yeah, because the clients don't need to know about other clients. Well... Yeah, no, it should be. It should be replicated like that. Adamoso, hello. Your 2-year-old tutorials are really coming in clutch. Thank you. No worries. Thanks for watching. And MIW Theo, shut up. Fuck you. Thank you, thank you. Current action, queued action. Queue window open. Play queued action. Nice. We probably need a default queue window opening. So on action start. Anyway, let's do a new event called play montage. No, that's a new fucking event graph. New event. Excuse me? The fuck? Oh, I do it in here, don't I? Custom event. I'm so stupid. Play action montage. So this is a wrapper for the montage. This is a... I'll deal with replication later. But essentially this will... Fuck. Who's the owner? Owner... Well, no, it's the action manager. We get the owning living bean. So this is where it gets hairy, because we've abstracted all the way into objects. Object land. Owning living bean needs a... Large simsys. There you go. Living being object. You need a variable called living being actor, which is a, you guessed it, living being actor. BP living being. Bam. So then in action object, do this, get the actor, get living being actor. It will always have a mesh. That's the scaly mesh. Fucking hell, this is a slog. Hey bro, hello. How are you doing? Knock knock. Who's there? D's nuts. Etc, etc. Montage to play is that. Man hates gas. Are you talking to me, Elliot? Joe Mama. No, it's... That's not how the fucking joke goes. I mean, yes. Basically, I do. I mean, like, I don't hate it. I just don't like it. Well, okay, here's the thing, right? Can GAS function without components that manage it? Because GAS is managed by a component, right? So what if you want to have abilities that are not... how do I even explain it? Do you know what I mean? What do you call a pig that does karate? Dunno. What do you call a pig that does karate? You call it MIW Theo? A pork chop. Hell yeah. Don't get what you mean. Like with GAS. Okay, let's say I have 100,000 characters. And I want them to all attack one another while they're not loaded. Does that make sense? So I want the abilities, or the actions as I call them, to have a virtual version, like a virtual state. You soft load the ability system component. What does that mean? And what does the component attach to?